You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's June the 9th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I'm live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. Cindy has today off, but for us today, I've got 8 stories, cannabis as well as psychedelic stories combined, and that includes a gummy update that Cindy and I reported on last week. And have you ever wondered how much the global cannabis market is worth? We're going to find out today what they project it will be. So I'll just get started on the news for today. The first story up is, like I said, the gummy update. Here we go. This comes to me from the NL Times. It says Haribo says cannabis in cola gummies not linked to production process. Now, Haribo, the confectionery company, has stated that the cannabis detected in the cola-flavored gummy candies did not enter the products during the manufacturing process. This conclusion follows an independent investigation conducted by the company. Haribo, a spokesperson, confirmed that independent laboratory tests were carried out, which included samples from the store batch of the candies in question, the raw materials used during production, and products already on sale in Dutch stores. All test results came back negative, indicating no evidence of contamination. The spokesperson added, our internal investigations also show that there were no irregularities in our production process. So how did it happen? The origin of the cannabis found in the sweets remains unknown. According to Haribo, the reports were related to one specific product in the eastern Netherlands. Following the notifications, the entire batch was recalled. The recalled product consisted of kilogram bags of their Happy Cola Fizz with a shelf life dated January 2026. Now, Hospital Group 20 confirmed this week that it treated 2 children, both toddlers and preschoolers, who became ill after consuming the gummies. One child was in a coma for a period. Several members of the same family also fell ill after eating the well-known cola bottles. There you go. Wonder if they'll find out. I'm sure the investigation must be ongoing to find out how it got into their candies. But it's good to see that it wasn't in their regular production. But still, it's a concern when especially when kids are getting a hold of infused candies that get them really high, and it bothers adults, never mind kids who don't understand what's going on. But from that, we're going to move on to the next story, and this one comes to me from MJ Biz Daily, and it says the Canadian cannabis industry adds $9.1 billion to the nation's GDP. $9.1 billion. That's the B, people. The Canadian cannabis industry added $9.1 billion to the country's gross domestic product during the first quarter of 2025. That's up from $8.3 billion in 2024. Licensed cannabis production in Canada increased by 10.5% from March 2024 to March 2025 and by 1.2% from February 25th to March 2025. So a month's time there. Cannabis news outlet StratCan has reported this. They say, now sales at licensed cannabis stores rose by 4.7% year over year, but declined 0.2% from February to March. As regulated cannabis businesses experienced increases in production and sales, unlicensed operators experienced declines. Now, unlicensed cannabis production dropped 4.5% year over year and 0.1% between February and March. I wonder how they know it's unlicensed cannabis production. Unlicensed stores experienced declines 4.4% and 0.1% during the same period. They can look at that as the number of stores, I guess. Now, according to Stats Canada, Canadian households spent $11.7 billion on recreational cannabis in the first quarter, which is down slightly from the previous quarter, but up from a year over year. Now, 1.6 billion Canadian dollars in the first quarter, about the same as the fourth quarter in 2024, and up slightly from the first quarter of 2024. So there you go. Cannabis is adding to the gross domestic product right here in Canada. And some people said, oh, yeah, it won't do anything. Well, it's made a big difference by legalizing and getting that money. Hopefully it's being used properly, but we know that there's some spots that we have some questions about, as we reported on recently in BC. So, all right, on to my next story. This one comes to me from the Marijuana Moment. It says Trump wants to delete state medical marijuana protections from budget while continuing to block cannabis sales in DC. So, marijuana protections for medical cannabis. Let's see what this is all about. President Donald Trump is again proposing to remove existing protections for states that have legalized medical cannabis, while maintaining a ban that's prevented Washington, D.C. from enacting a system of regulated adult use cannabis sales. He's proposing to remove the ban. Oh no, protections for the patients. That's not good. As part of his budget request for 2026 fiscal year sent to Congress on Friday, Trump is seeking to delete a long-standing rider that's barred the Justice Department from using its funds to interfere in the implementation of state-level medical cannabis laws. They're going to start raiding medical cannabis dispensaries? Come on. This is Trump's first budget request of his second term, but during his first term, he similarly called for its deletion each year of his presidency. President Joe Biden, on the other hand, consistently proposed to continue the medical cannabis provisions intact in his budget request, though President Barack Obama, like Trump, had sought to delete it. Just make it law that it's federally allowed. Having these things go. How are people supposed to be able to do anything? Patience, come on. Congress has the final say on appropriation legislation language, however, and has not followed through on any president's request to delete the medical cannabis protection since it was first enacted into law in 2014, though lawmakers have also declined to expand the protections to cover state recreational cannabis programs. After signing, it bounced. There we go. After signing prior appropriations bills into law that included the medical cannabis protection in contravention of his request to delete it, Trump on 3 occasions issued statements that specifically said his administration will treat this provision consistent with the president's constitutional responsibility to faithfully execute the laws of the United States, implying he was reserving his right to ignore the rider. The latest action of Trump's new budget request will likely come as a disappointment to advocates and stakeholders who have held out hope that the president would take a new direction on cannabis policy reform, especially after he endorsed rescheduling, industry banking access, and a Florida cannabis legalization ballot initiative that ultimately fell short. Adding to the disappointment, Trump again called for the continuation of a separate rider that has blocked D.C. from using local taxpayer dollars to legalize and regulate recreational cannabis sales in the nation's capital. Rep. Eleanor Holmes Norton has been vocal in her criticism of the provision, championed by Rep. Andy Harris, and she said last month that she will push for colleagues to join her in an effort to remove the language. As Congress works on the fiscal year for 2026 appropriation bill, I will continue to fight to remove this rider, she said, while referencing a recent statement from the White House that called the district's move to enact local cannabis reform as an example of a failed policy to open the door to disorder. The president's latest budget request additionally proposes to keep a section that prohibits the use of funds for any activity that promotes the legalization of any drug or other substance included in Schedule 1 of the Schedules of Controlled Substances established under Section 202 of the Controlled Substances Act, except for normal and recognized executive congressional, which that would include cannabis. While the medical cannabis protections would be omitted under Trump's plan, it proposes to continue to provide protections against interference in state hemp programs. During his first term, Trump legalized hemp containing no more than 0.3% THC by dry weight. And that's that 2018 Farm Bill. This is just, it's just ridiculous. They gotta get this so patients don't have to worry about whether they're getting arrested or not. Meanwhile, last month, the Senate committee advanced the confirmation of Terrence Cole to become the administrator of the Drug Enforcement Agency amid the ongoing review of a cannabis rescheduling proposal that he's refused to commit to enacting. Cole has previously voiced concerns about the dangers of cannabis and linked its use to higher suicide among youth. Instead, he would give the matter careful consideration after consulting with appropriate personnel within the DEA, familiarizing himself with the current status of the regulatory process and reviewing all relative information. Now, I'm not holding my breath on what Terrence Cole is going to do there. I can tell you that. Some of the things he has said in the past just are not encouraging. That's all I got to say. That's all I got to say. All right, on to my last story before I go to break. And this one's coming to me from Stratcan. Headline there says retail cannabis sales bounced back in March. All right, here we go. Retail cannabis prices nudged up in March to $428 million from $408 million in February. I wonder if that means sales nudged up. Sales in March 2025 were also up compared to the $406 million in March of 2024. After several years of consistent growth, retail cannabis sales in Canada have been fluctuating between $400 and $500 million a month for most of the past 2 years. Year-over-year sales have increased each month since August of 2024, although for several months prior, month-over-month sales showed annual declines. All sales are from Statistics Canada's seasonally adjusted monthly retail commodity sales, looking at the agency unadjusted monthly retail trade sales by province and territory. Ontario continues to lead the country in sales with $174 million in March of 2025. Ontario was followed by Alberta in a distant second at $81 million, almost $100 million difference. Wow. BC has 61 million and Quebec has 45.5 million. Alberta and BC combined sales in March were less than Ontario's. Similarly, Manitoba and Saskatchewan's combined monthly sales in March, which was $39 million, were less than Quebec's. Stats Canada grades the quality of their figures from A to C, with A being the highest quality data and C being considered good. So there you go. Sales. Well, in the beginning, obviously, every month they were going to climb, and eventually it was going to get to a plateau, and then it's from that plateau, then start watching where things go, and things are going up and down. So, see what happens. Other than that, I think I'm ready to take a break, get myself a drink, and have a toke. Got my pen right there, and as I said, Time for me to medicate. I'll be right back. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I'm live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. And back from a medication session, and you're live with Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I got 4 more stories to go through, and here we go. First one up from Marijuana Moment. Headline says, federal judge allows lawsuit seeking home psilocybin care to proceed, rejecting Oregon's officials' motion to dismiss. More people in Oregon could eventually access legal psilocybin following a new federal court ruling in favor of plaintiffs who argued that the state's first in the nation's psilocybin law wrongfully prevents homebound patients from seeking care. 4 care providers, 3 licensed psilocybin facilitators, and a physician specializing in advanced and terminal illnesses sued the state over a year ago, alleging that the state Psilocybin Services Act discriminates against disabled individuals who can't travel to designated service centers where the substance is administered. It makes sense. The providers say that they were told by the Oregon Health Authority that there was no way to accommodate homebound patients under the state's psilocybin law. In a 12-page ruling issued late last month, a district judge, Mustafa T. Kazkabuna, denied the state's motion to dismiss the suit, opinioning that the plaintiffs have standing to bring the challenge and that a modification of the state's psilocybin law to provide a reasonable accommodation to homebound patients under the Federal Americans with Disability Act would not violate principles of federalism. The ruling says the court agrees with plaintiffs and finds that their requested remedy rests on physical access rather than use or distribution of a controlled substance in violation of state and federal laws. Plaintiffs do not ask the court to order the provisions of a controlled substance, as defendants contend. Instead, plaintiffs seek compliance with the ADA so that their disabled clients will have the same physical access to a service that is available to non-disabled individuals. Hear, hear. Reached by email on Tuesday, plaintiff's attorney Catherine Tucker said she was pleased the court ruled in favor of the providers seeking to offer home psilocybin services. She wrote, "We are eager to ensure that homebound disabled and dying organs can access psilocybin services as they are among those most likely to benefit. Opening access for these organs will increase demand for psilocybin produced pursuant to the PSA, as well as demand for services of facilitators, particularly those with expertise in providing care to disabled persons and those with advanced illness. We hope to move this forward quickly now that the court has rejected the state's effort to dismiss, recognizing that the ADA does apply to Oregon psilocybin program. Because people with advancing illness may have little time left. Delay in enabling access can mean that patients who might have obtained relief from debilitating anxiety and depression will die in unrelieved suffering." Notably, the new opinion noted earlier by Psychedelic Week does not order a specific remedy. It simply allows the underlying suit, which is Kirschker and Oregon Health Authority, to proceed towards a final decision. As for what plaintiffs are ultimately seeking, their complaint filed last June asked the court to assume jurisdiction over the issue and require the state health authority to provide the reasonable accommodation of home service when necessary to allow disabled individuals access to psilocybin services and to notify all licensed facilitators that such accommodations are permitted. Sounds reasonable to me. They further requested that the court declare that OHA's violated state and federal anti-discrimination status when refusing to find reasonable accommodations and prevent the state from taking any disciplinary or other adverse action against licensed facilitators providing such reasonable accommodations. It says, public entities are required to make reasonable accommodations when necessary to allow disabled individuals to access programs and services unless doing so would result in undue burden or fundamental alterations of the program or service. Allowing disabled individuals whose disability prevents them from traveling to a licensed service center to receive psilocybin services in their homes as a reasonable accommodation would not result in any undue burden or a fundamental alteration of the psilocybin services program. It would improve the program is what it would do. Oregon voters legalized facilitated psilocybin services in the 2020 ballot. So yeah, improve access for your patients. Allow your patients to be able to get access to the psilocybin at their home when they can't travel. It only makes sense to me. So, and and I'm sure to many of the patients out there as well. So, all right, let's find out how much the projected global cannabis market could be. This comes to me from the International Cannabis Business Conference. Is the global cannabis market projected to reach $173.68 billion by 2032? Wonder how accurate that's going to be. Look at all that money. Yeah. The spread of cannabis policy and regulatory modernization around the globe is paralleled by the exponential growth of the legal cannabis industry, as evidenced by recent market projections by analysts at PR Echo. Cannabis is currently legal for medical use to some degree in a majority of nations around the world, many of which have operating medical cannabis industries. Additionally, cannabis for adult use is now permitted in Uruguay, Canada, Malta, Luxembourg, Germany, South Africa, and soon the Czech Republic. 24 states in the U.S. have also adopted recreational legalization, and regional adult use cannabis commerce pilot trials are operating in the Netherlands and Switzerland. All of that reform is adding to the economic potential of the worldwide cannabis industry. Now, according to this report, it says the global cannabis industry is experiencing strong growth driven by changing consumer habits, evolving regulations, and advances in product innovation. The market is expected to grow significantly in the coming decade, with forecasts indicating a rapid increase in both size and value. The global cannabis market, valued at $50 billion in 2024, is expected to reach $173.68 billion by 2032, growing at a remarkable compound annual rate of 16.9% between 2025 and 2032, according to the report. This growth will be driven by the increasing acceptance of cannabis for both medical and recreational purposes, as well as the growing legalization of cannabis in various countries and regions. Now, PR Echo notes that North America currently accounts for a significant share of the total legal market, and that the region is expected to maintain its leading position throughout the forecast period, primarily due to the ongoing legalization of cannabis in the US and Canada. Now, the market analysis predicts that Europe will be the fastest growing region for the legal cannabis industry for the foreseeable future, and that Europe is emerging as a major player in the global cannabis industry, noting that rising demand for medical cannabis products and advances in scientific research are further driving this growth. Now, the expansion of the legal global cannabis industry is entirely dependent upon cannabis advocates' ability to successfully pursue policy and regulatory modernization where it doesn't already exist, and to prevent the regression of modernized laws and industry regulations where they already implemented. Yeah, we can't go backwards, people, as we've seen Thailand, right? So they've gone from legal back to just medical, and which has been a bit of a upsetting going on there, that's for sure. All righty, move on to the next story. This one's going to come to me from the marijuana moment, and this is one industry that, when it comes to legalizing cannabis, that never gets discussed. But yeah, according to the marijuana moment, the headline here says hotels see significant boost in revenue following marijuana legalization. And this according to a new study. Yeah, hotels. A new study exploring the impacts of adult use cannabis legalization on the hospitality industry finds that hotel revenue increases by 25.2%. Due to dispensary legalization and the effect continuing to grow even 6 years after legalization. The research article published in the journal Production Operations and Management draws its references from a review of data from Colorado, which authors say saw a 7.9% increase in room night bookings and a 16% rise in daily room rates through impacts varied based on number of factors. These findings are relevant for professionals in marketing, operations management, hospitality, tourism, and public policy, the study says, noting that the rapid expansion of cannabis businesses presents both opportunities and challenges for hotel industry. It's not just the consumers going to these hotels. I would imagine business people traveling, all this stuff. And it says here, on the other hand, recreational cannabis dispensaries could become attractions and entice travelers to visit places they might not otherwise explore. Yeah. For instance, around 12% of U.S. tourists have reported positive experiences with cannabis-related travel. On the other hand, the lingering social stigma surrounding cannabis could negatively affect businesses, including hotels located near these dispensaries. This concern is underscored by a Colorado Office of Economic Development and International Trade report, which found that about 10% of the U.S. leisure travelers view Colorado as a less desirable destination because of recreational cannabis. Well, there's a lot more states now that they're going to have to add to that list, I guess. Despite the apparently polarized feelings around traveling to jurisdictions where cannabis is legal, a study found that hotels seem to perform better following the policy change. Comparing hotels in Colorado to hotels in New Mexico, where cannabis was illegal during the study period, the team's analysis found that on average, monthly hotel revenue increases by 25% upon the legalization of recreational cannabis dispensaries, which is equivalent to a substantial increase of about $63,000 per hotel. However, hotels do not benefit equally, the report notes. Hotels that are closer to retail dispensaries have been operating for shorter periods and belong to a higher class obtain more positive effects. This type of location also plays a crucial role with hotels in resort areas, benefiting the most from retail dispensary legalization, followed by those in urban, airport, suburban, interstate, and small town locations. What's more, chain hotels operated by corporate entities experience more positive treatment effects than franchise chain hotels and independently operated ones, the paper says. Researchers from the University of Central Florida, Virginia Tech, and the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill also concluded the positive effect on how hotel revenue strengthens over time, showing no signs of slowing down 6 years after the statewide recreational cannabis legalization. For hotelers, the report says the positive and growing treatment effects on hotel revenue highlight the potential long-term economic advantages of recreational cannabis, though it cautions that legalization does not guarantee financial gains. Exactly. They saw that right here in Canada. For policymakers, the study continues. The findings underscore the economic benefits and positive spillovers effects on hotels when crafting regulations, ensuring that zoning laws promote synergy between dispensaries and hotels. Now, city planners could statistically place dispensaries in resorts, urban and airport areas where their presence provides the greatest benefits to hospitality businesses. They might also consider tax incentives or support programs to help lower class and independent hotels capitalize on the cannabis tourism opportunities, according to what the report has suggested. A separate 2020 study also found that Colorado hotel room rentals increased considerably after the state began legal cannabis sales. Washington State also saw an increase in tourism after legalization that study found, though the effect was more modest. So there you go. Hotels are benefiting on cannabis legalization. You know, people are traveling to those destinations. Dispensaries are close. People in the business end of things traveling around as all these new markets open up. They all have to travel around, set things up, so on and so forth. So hotels are being used by them all the more. So good to see. Good to see. Okay, moving on to my last story of the day. And this one comes to me from Stuff. It's in New Zealand. And it says, Sona Gray opens up on being in psychedelic drug trials. Here we go. Broadcaster Sona Gray has been trialing psychedelic drugs as part of clinical studies to help bring her some peace from an unwelcome companion that's been by her side since she was a baby. Anxiety. The No Such Thing as Normal podcast host was on a mission to find out if the drugs could offer better treatment options for New Zealand's worsening mental health crisis as part of a two-part documentary, Mind Benders. I've always been an advocate for mental health causes, and I was kind of at a point where I was like, I don't know what to say to people. What would you do for anxiety, depression, all the things? I was like, I don't know, because I actually haven't been about to fix myself despite decades of trying and many, many medications. Now, Gray proved to be a perfect candidate for the studies. An 8-week LSD microdosing trial at the University of Auckland and the University of Otago trial on ketamine investigating if psychedelics can help people with treatment-resistant mood disorders. She says, I believe I'm still talking about this. I can't believe I'm still talking about this. I hate talking about this. But I've done all the things, all the therapies, been all the different medications. Some of them have saved my life, but every day is still hard, really hard, Grace says in the documentary after getting emotional while looking at her mental health campaign from 25 years ago for the first time. Through filming, she was also able to trace when her mother started to notice symptoms of anxiety at the age of 21 months, and she recalls wanting to jump off a Ferris wheel in a panic at the age of 5. When you've got a lot of stimulus of a high sensitive person coming in like that, especially when you're little and you can't process it, then it's almost like it's got a hold of your body. What I've learned about that, and actually I think partially that this whole experience has helped, is that you can change your thoughts, but your body is still 2 or 7, and it's still going to react in that way. Researchers are testing whether psychedelics at the right dosage and setting can produce changes in brain activity which help a person's mental state. Gray, who was diagnosed with ADHD in 2017, says it was uncomfortable to recount her mental health struggles on screen and watch the edits, but she was excited to be part of something that could offer hope to those who, like her, tried to fit in a world not designed for them or had their hopes dashed by therapy that didn't work for them. However, the mental health advocate believes even if we had more therapy options, the alarming statistics will remain the same without a shift in society. She says, I think if we're talking about any sort of therapy like psychedelics or SSRIs or anything, how have we got to this point where we need them? I do really feel that there is a stress, and it's not just about your brain wiring, culturally. We expect people just to fit in and forget about their own culture and gender diversity and all these things that you can't see inside someone's brain, but they're carrying the weight of being different and not belonging. And it's hardly surprising that we have these terrible statistics. Gray is all too aware of the desperation of wanting to find an answer, but she is careful not to undermine the risks of the medicines. She takes on board a range of views from proponents of psychedelic therapy to academics and Kiwis who have used the medicine recreationally. It was a humbling experience because I just didn't know. I thought drugs are bad, but I've never thought why. I am really curious by nature, and the idea of doing something a little bit rebellious and something that I knew nothing about but could potentially be a game changer in some way was really exciting. So I just wanted to fill my own keat, I guess, with knowledge and connect. How does this work with that? Gray says the opportunity came at the right time, but about halfway through her LSD trial, she suffered burnout from 80-hour. Oh, lost the page. It jumped. 80 hours. That's where I was at. All right, sorry, I can't find. There we are. All right, 80-hour work weeks. I think people were like, oh, but how can you be burnt out? Well, obviously the LSD or whatever isn't working. It would be weird if a microdose LSD would start off burnout, like you wouldn't want to take something that was that potent. Well, she says in the documentary, it's possible the medicines helped her not completely go down. Sersh, and I'm not going to guess that name, who is leading the University of Auckland study, advises caution not to ascribe any gains or losses in the drugs alone. Since the filming, Gray has tried different ketamine formulations in a clinical setting, which has helped her make sense of her past experiences, feelings, and thoughts. But it's not something that I would want to do long term. I'm really excited about the future of psychedelic therapy in general. I really do feel that there's a place for it. It is something that personally I'd like to experience or explore more at a later time. So there you go. Done. All 8 stories, and looks like she's got some relief from doing the psychedelics, and let's hopefully she continues and things do improve for her. So, but yeah, that's it for today. I got all the stories in and got some spare time as well, so that works out good for me. Got a busy day today, but other than that, that's it. That's for it for today. So thanks for Buds, Camelford Lifestyle Shop, addies.ca, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, and thanks to you guys for tuning in. Thanks for watching, whether you're or listening, because this does go out as a radio podcast afterwards. But other than that, as I always say, as I've been saying for over 15 years, please don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Come and feel those green vibes, frosty buds, nature's embrace, classic roots in the sunshine, medicine flowing, we find our place. break. In the garden, watch them grow. Nurture dreams in the warm sunlight's glow. From the sun, rise up and thrive. In this rhythm, we feel so alive. Higher love, let's elevate. Feel the peace that we create. When the evening falls, we'll gather around, share the stories of the healing found. With every puff, we sow the seeds in this fight. We fulfill our needs. High on love, we elevate on. Feel the joy that can't wait. In the start and watch them grow. Nurture drinks that laughs aflow.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
You're watching the Hi Guys podcast with Al and the other Al on the 420 Pace Project.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Howdy, and welcome to the Hi Guys with the Owls.
I was hesitant to say anything because I usually jump up.
I was waiting.
Good morning.
So how are things today?
I just woke up a little while ago, so I'm just, I decided to have some cottage cheese for breakfast, and I don't think that's going to end up well.
Oh, I hope so. Well, I don't know if you can tell or not, but I have got friggin' fucking cold. Sinuses are plugged.
Everybody's sick up here too.
Oh.
And I stayed away from everybody, and then I came home yesterday and I was sneezing and coughing this morning and stuff. So
Yeah.
I hope I'm not getting sick. The kids are all sick, and I went for dinner last night, but they weren't there, thank God.
Yeah, well, maybe the kids weren't there, but their
germs would have been. Yes, they lived right next door.
Oh yeah.
Because their daughter bought the house next door when the previous owner and neighbor died.
Oh.
Well, it's actually the house that Dean wanted me to look at buying. He actually went and talked to his neighbor about it and stuff. And I was like, and then I found this one.
Right. Yeah.
I like my view better.
That's good. Yeah, I'm not sure 100% sure where I got it, but I got an idea where I may have picked it up. And just
you have kids running around.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And right before then, I was with a bunch of little kids who had a birthday party, granddaughter's birthday party. So
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
so,
you know what? It's cold season, and it's time to eat your veggies and drink your chicken noodle soup.
Yeah. I had some Buckley's before we came live.
Oh, gross. But it works.
Huh?
But it works.
Oh,
that's the slogan. It tastes horrible, but it works.
And you know what they say now that it doesn't. I think they've adjusted the flavor a bit, but they still say it tastes better, but it still tastes bad, but it works or something along that line.
Oh, that's the new one, is it?
Yeah, I seen a commercial on it, and I thought, oh well, but that's it. The old stuff, it was like drinking a thing of Vicks, and you could just instantly cleared up your sinuses. Yeah.
It tasted like rust. Ask me how I know how rust tastes. No, don't.
Okay.
Long story for another day.
Yes, yeah, exactly. So now we'll get through this. It'll pass. I just hope my treatment doesn't show up wanting to be done. So
You can't put it off a day.
yeah, I can put it off. Just not for too long.
Well, you shouldn't be doing it while you're sick, though, right?
Correct. Yeah. So, but if they get a hold of me before they send it, they always get a hold of me to make sure I'm home for delivery. So I'll inform them, and then at that time, and maybe they'll decide to hold off for a few days. They can only hold off for so long because it messes up things.
No, I know. Your body goes out of whack. It's like if I don't take my pills in the morning and before bed, the day's whacked.
Right. Yeah. So, but other than that, chipping along. Now talking about colds and things. This past weekend here, I don't know in your neck of the woods here in Ontario.
I heard all about you guys.
We got a whack of freezing rain here. I'm about I'm going to say probably half an hour or less east of Peterborough, and Peterborough is under a state of emergency right now because of the damage. Yeah. And
we were sunny here through the whole thing, but we're about to be slammed with another foot of snow.
Yeah. Well, we got tomorrow. They're projecting more of what we had on the weekend, but just not as severe.
But that's what we're getting here.
Yeah. So like
my car's almost melted.
Oh, almost. That's good.
It'll be full again tomorrow.
We went about 36 hours, day and a half without electricity.
I know. You have a generator, right?
Yeah, we've got a generator. We plugged into the house, so we had some power. We got a wood stove, so there was no problem with heat. I kept it at 75, 80 degrees the whole time. So.
And now, do you have a converter that you plug into with your generator?
The converter
that plugs right into the house?
Yes. Yeah, there's a plug on the outside of the house. You just plug that right in, and it's son-in-law's generator. So I'm thinking it's like 9,000. How was that? 9,000.
The one I bought for the trailer ran everything in the trailer and then some.
Yeah.
And
it would be. Yeah.
Would probably hydro the house for a little while, but it's expensive to run those. Right.
I just gotta say hi to the Big Terp.
Yeah, hi.
Big Terp has stopped in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it comes down to we have the big generator that we had in the house, and then we have a small generator that we had on another building because it has a sump pump in it. And you gotta, all that rain and shit coming down, we had to make sure that the sump pump kept going, right? So we have a second generator that it is an inverter, and it runs a lot quieter. I can tell you that. Like
it's not one of the like my old one.
No.
Mine hasn't run since the farm.
Oh yeah.
Well, I stopped using it because I got hydro, and then it just kind of sat there.
Yeah.
And David and I were up there, and I tried to get it going, and I couldn't before hydro, and it's all clogged and shit.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the gas is probably all gone bad.
Old gas and there's dirt in the thing, and yeah.
Fuel and oil change with the carb kit done to her. Get her all cleaned up.
Right.
Sounds like that's what it needs.
Right. I'll bring it down and you can do it.
Oh, okay, sure. But around here, we lost an apple tree that I know the deer came over and would eat apples off of.
They must have enjoyed that. Old apples. Yeah.
It broke during the storm. Lots of branches, like even bigger branches, were broken. It was. I went for a walk through the woods. You know, everybody says, "Stay out of the woods. Trees are falling."
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So I went into the woods.
Of course you did.
Of course, and check things out to see. You know, how I was curious. You know, how does it look, right? Out there, and here, well, you can see everything's all
Bent
covered
over.
in.
I've watched several videos of trees. You know, they're just standing there waiting for it to go. And there was
Yeah.
like 3 trees in a row. Boom, boom, boom. Right. Just
Yeah.
missed the house, but your house
Yeah.
didn't get hit or anything.
No, yeah, yeah. No, our house didn't get hit. We were good. That way, we had some branches break near the house, but nothing hit our house. Okay, now
420 Deb, her house got hit.
correct. Yeah, her house got hit, and as well as her barbecue.
And she
got
still
hit.
does not have hydro, I believe.
Well, yeah. I've lived. Well, I lived around the corner from 420 Deb for years, and I can tell you, yeah, power comes on and off, on and off, on and off.
Well, it did in at the farm too. Periodically, it flickered. I get flickers here. But they do timed outages up here.
Right. Oh, okay. Okay. Now I've got this. I took this picture when I was out in the woods, and I probably should have tried to bring it up a different way. I don't know. Can you see this? Okay, right there. See this?
Yeah.
You can see the drips going down. This is a fence, okay? This is a steel fence. Okay. Look at this, the next wire.
They're going up.
They're going up.
The
Like, what the
things a
fuck?
stoner finds in the woods.
I thought, how the hell is the water dripping up? So I thought, okay, well, maybe some water dripped down off the trees, but then you would have drips on the bottom of that same wire.
It's the wind.
I don't know.
It's
it wasn't super windy. It wasn't super windy, or there would have been a lot more damage going on.
Fair enough. Wow.
Yeah.
It's one of those.
Yeah, one of those moments. Let's see. I think I got another. Yeah, I thought this was pretty cool. Look at this tree. Oops. You see that?
Oh, that's kind of cool.
It is kind of cool, isn't it? I thought, all right. So, even though the storm has an ugly side to it, and a lot of people, are cleaning up, and people are without heat and stuff like that, there is a pretty side to it.
What weather in general, weather events, are very bad sometimes.
Yeah,
but as they're going on, there are very beautiful moments that come out of it. Like you watch a tornado, somebody who likes tornadoes, they find that fascinating. Just like somebody who goes out and looks at the stars at night.
Yeah.
Really no different. Everybody finds something a little different in everything. I like sunflowers and the stars and stuff like that. Some people like to chase storms.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The storm chasers for sure. Hey, g'day, Deb. How you doing? I don't know if you just heard us talking.
Deb.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. Maybe she heard us talking about it. I don't know. If you did, Deb, just comment. If your comment comes through, we'll bring it up. I know also at Deb's place, not only did the tree come down, but there's a main phone line, like a trunk line that runs through her backyard. That was down.
And she said in her post that Bell said that because she's not a Bell customer, they won't come out.
Yeah, they told her to call her internet provider. I mean, what? So I don't know. I don't know what the end result is or whatever. But
Sure.
I figured, like I mentioned to her, I wrote back and said that they probably won't do anything about it until it affects their service.
Correct.
You know,
Just
and
remember when the Rogers Tower was taken out a few years ago, just over by my place,
yeah,
and it went down, and I was on that, and the service went from okay to on and off, because they just didn't come out to fix it right away.
fix it. Yeah.
Yeah.
As far as they were concerned, it was still working.
Correct.
Yeah, I know. Is it yesterday? No, Sunday. The helicopter. It was because we have the hydro lines out in the back.
Yeah, so they come out and check the lines and work
Yeah,
on
they
it.
were flying down the hydro lines, and at the same time that they were flying along the hydro line, heading towards the lake just to the east of us, we saw probably 4 hydro trucks head up the back road to that lake. There is apparently an island out there that has power, so there could have been maybe having to deal with something out there as well. So who knows? But I know that down the road there's some poles that were down. People were talking about, and you've seen pictures of the hydro poles on the roadways, the hydro lines.
Leaning and
Yeah,
it was a freak storm. Nobody knew it was coming.
I'm
I'm sure somebody did, but they didn't say anything.
Yeah, there's a bit of a notice there, but not probably not like they normally has. I know people were. The stores were busy on Saturday.
Were they? Yeah, I bet.
Yeah. So
we're under a warning for tomorrow morning until I think Thursday.
Yeah.
There's another whack coming. I think they said 20 centimeters or something like that.
Yeah. We're expecting rain, snow. Just
I'm getting real sick of it. But it's nice to know we're all in the same boat. Everybody laughs at me during the winter. Ha ha ha! Why'd you move up there?
Yeah. Well, it is March, right? Well, now it's April. April Fool's Day today.
Yep.
I
completely forgot about that until you said that.
Yeah, April 1st.
I have no pranks set up.
No, either do I. No, I didn't schedule or plan anything for it. I know what I was doing 40 years ago though at this time.
Yeah, pranking people.
I was planning my wedding.
Oh.
Oh, colds. Well, I think it's time to find out.
What are you smoking?
I don't want to talk about it. I am smoking.
We talked about it before you went live.
I got my pods from what did I say it was?
Potluck.
Oh yes. You get 7 grams times 4. It's $130 some. And this time around, usually it's really good. I've got let's see here. We got maple pancakes, blue truffle, and apple fritter, and one of my favorites, some mac and cheese. That looks green on there.
It does.
It's yellow. That's weird.
Is it?
Yeah, it's yellow. It's a little dry because of these pods. They don't seal.
Yeah.
So as soon as you open it up, they start getting dry. But I'm not complaining. Well, I am a little bit, but
yeah. Well, yeah. Well, you have a right to, and like you said, you normally like the product. You just happen to you got a bad one this time. Right?
Yeah. I like the product. I just wish it wasn't so dry.
Yeah.
I usually, you're not able to, with these pods, you're not able to squish the bag, which is my squish test is what I call it.
Yeah.
I'm like, can I see that? You got to do the squish test. It's like,
Yeah,
don't squish
exactly.
my Charmin, squeeze my weed.
Weeds. And if it just goes down and it just crumbles, yeah.
Well, if it's very hard,
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't, excuse me, I don't like hard buds. Generally, like dry hard buds. A hard bud is a hard bud, but
one that's just hard, that's just dry. And when you grind it up, it just turns into dust.
Can we change the subject now?
Sure, we can. First off, I'm going to switch it to. I'm going to say hi to Mark thanks for the thumbs up there, buddy. And I have got a message from Deb. She heard us.
Of course she did.
She says she can't comment, and my internet is calling me soon, and they will send Bell here.
Yes.
So she called Bell, but they said no, call your internet provider.
Yeah.
So
and then they said, okay, we'll call Bell for you.
Yeah.
Well, that's because they contract the lines, and when it comes to the lines, it's Bell's issue. But Bell is not a customer of hers, so or vice versa. You know what I mean?
Right. I just see. I got. Oh, okay. I just gotta.
Well, that's good. I'm glad you'll be back online soon.
Oh yeah. Yep. Exactly. Alrighty. Oh, as far as what I'm smoking, I haven't got it right here in front of me because it's upstairs.
And he doesn't.
I reached into my goodie bag and I've been checking out some of the CBD product that I grew. CBD,
cool.
Yep, CBD Dragon, and it's good. And I ended up what I've decided to do is I'm gonna mix it in to my regular stuff that I normally consume.
I do that. That's what I'm doing with these. I enjoy. I take one bud of each of these, and I usually do it when I have different strains.
Yeah,
because I find I get real tired after a bit smoking the same thing. It doesn't matter if it's an indica or a sativa. It just gets me after a little while smoking the same thing.
Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, I started into that, and like I said, so far so good. So mix it in a little bit that way, because the stuff I normally smoke doesn't have much CBD in it. So this obviously would be a big increase compared to what I'm getting now. So, and
I don't mind a little CBD. I don't like high CBD. I find it gets me a little cranky.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Too much CBD.
Yeah, it could be. Could it be the strain that you were consuming?
Most likely, yes. Most likely.
Yeah. What you looking at?
I'm sharing our videos stuff.
Oh.
Here I'm saving things to pay. I've been working diligently on categorizing everything. There's 1,500 or so videos here.
Oh, okay.
My radios, YouTube. So
yeah,
share, and I like to share the YouTube video on X because, which by the way, has been sold to an AI company that's also owned by Elon for $18 million. No, 18 billion, I think it was.
Yeah. Oh, just so you know, Deb got a message through.
Oh, hello.
Good. Alrighty. Oh, well, I didn't check. You got your list?
Yes, I have to find it.
Okay, you tell me when you found it, and then I'll hit the segment button.
All
right. Okay.
I don't know if we did this one already because I keep forgetting to remove stuff. But
Oh, hang on.
7 reasons why dogs eat grass.
Okay, well, I was going to run the segment thing, but go ahead.
All right, no, you go ahead. Go ahead and run it, and we'll come back and we'll talk about it.
It's certainly high on the list.
There you
Okay,
go.
good,
Are
good
you
thing.
you feel better now?
I feel better. Yeah, I do feel better.
All right, so this is
I'm
why
still
do dogs
stuffed up.
why do dogs eat grass, and 7 common reasons why and how to stop it.
Oh, my dog
I,
eats grass.
I is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? You know,
Uh,
livestock do it,
yeah, exactly.
right?
Yeah.
But dogs eat. It
Yeah.
says here, dogs eat. I'm going to post this URL when we're done.
Different dogs eat grass for different reasons.
Yeah.
Okay, scroll. Let's see what's going on.
It's
It's
in
in
there.
the DEA.
Huh. Must be like I want sniffing crotches must be in their DNA too.
I don't know. Though it says here, though we think of canines as historically carnivores, they actually evolved as omnivores that would eat whatever was available, including vegetation.
Oh, they still do that.
They still do. Okay, next one. A form of pica is behind it. What's pica?
Pick
The urge to eat substance other than food.
boredom. It's boredom.
Yeah, it's nothing more than a sign of boredom in dogs.
Yeah.
Oh.
They just like it.
Yeah. Is that why they eat socks and shirts and
I don't know. That's another list.
trim? We had a dog that ate the trim.
I give my dogs. I gave it to did Buster as well as Rosa. The stems, when they're the thick stems,
Yeah.
and she just walks off with it and just chomps on it. She loves it.
Yeah. They could just like the taste of it. Is number 3.
Yes.
Yeah. And number 4 says they need the fiber.
Well, I don't know if it says this. We'll find out.
Their diet is low in a nutrient.
Well, yeah, maybe they need something. That's a very cute puppy. Natural antacid. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this is what I was gonna say. I know that when Rosa is not feeling well, she'll go out and eat grass because it helps stop the acid reflux.
Right.
It's like Tums for their tummy.
Yeah.
It even says that.
Yeah. Does it? Okay.
Yeah.
Your dog is thirsty.
Your dog can't poop. A Tums.
Your dog's thirsty. It's another reason they say.
Yep.
Grass has got a high water content.
The grass is
eating
also
it primarily in the morning or late in the evening when the grass is dew on it could be the reasons behind it.
I think it's just she likes to eat it, and she also likes to roll in it.
Yeah, I saw you comment about it, but it wasn't just the grass she was rolling in.
No, it was not just grass. It was snow and poop.
Oh, poopsicles. Oh, yay.
Yeah.
Yay. Okay, it's number 8.
There's no 8, Al. I said this is 7.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, here we go. Will it harm your dog? It won't harm your dog every once in a while. Many laws.
Well, unless there's pesticides being sprayed, your dog will get very sick.
Right. Yeah.
How do you stop it?
When asked celebrity dog trainer Chrissy Joy about this, she provided some helpful strategies for stopping your dogs from eating grass. So here they are. Manage your dog's outdoor activity.
Don't leave them alone. Always leave them something to do. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah.
Supervise potty breaks and walks.
Yeah. Well, you're
keep your dog busy in the yard.
Yeah.
So be with your dog all the time when you're outside, and that way you can stop it.
Well, you know what?
Which we do quite often. We've told her to stop.
I tell her to stop. I'm like, because I will let her out, and then I'll just kind of check on her, let her do her own thing. But when I'm out, she's out with me, and she ends up just standing and staring and barking at people. Usually,
So are we done with this?
yeah, it wasn't very good. I'm sorry.
Oh no! It wasn't that. It's just if we're done with it, I'm just gonna remove it. But no, it's a lot of people do ask that question. Why do dogs eat grass? And I know I've asked it myself, and I've never ever looked it up.
It's a tummy thing usually.
Oh, look at this big terp says that my puppy will eat tomatoes right off the vine.
Probably apples too, if you gave them to them.
Give them what they're meant to eat. What is raw meat, not cooked, not processed raw. Yeah, there's a lot of actually raw dog food people in our area.
Yeah. There's they don't have any specialty stuff here at the store, but if you go down to Marathon, which is an hour away, or Nipigon, which is also an hour away, they have stores that have the coolers of the fresh food.
Right. Yeah. You can get it from there, right? I know
that sounds like a really good drink, Al.
It was. I'm thirsty because I'm dry. I can't breathe through my nose, right? So I'm constantly breathing through my mouth. Yeah. It's cold.
Al's sounding even more like Fozzie Bear today.
Yes. I am. Oh, but I got some recipes that could help us out. There we go. All right. I got 2 recipes today. What do I want to bring up first? I'll bring up the one that Al might like because I know the other one he probably won't like. And there we go. Cannabis caramel recipe. Can of butter caramels. And I got this at Herbco.
I just watched a video on Facebook because I like the reels on how to make cannabis, or not cannabis, but caramels, the caramel squares.
Yeah. Well, this is their version. Let's see. Saucepan. You need some brown sugar, some regular white sugar by the looks of it, some cream, half a cup of can of butter, some water, some sea salt. Huh?
Only a half a cup.
Only half a cup. Yeah. Vanilla extract. You need a spatula too. So you mix your brown sugar and your other sugar and your cream, a can of butter, water, and salt, all that stuff together, and it sounds like almost everything. Whisk it for 8 minutes, they say, and then heat as necessary. Stir the vanilla extract and heat for an additional minute. Turn the stove off. Remove the pan from the heat and allow sauce to cool for 5 minutes. Transfer the caramel sauce to a mason jar. Use the spatula to scrape out all the sauce from the pan and stick it in your refrigerator. I've never made them, but I have friends who have, and that would be including 420 Deb.
Correct.
Yeah, exactly.
I have lots of friends who make them, and chocolate.
Oh, chocolate ones. Oh, or just chocolate.
I used to sit with Paula at the lounge, and we would make treats because she knows how to make all that. She used to make cakes and stuff, wedding cakes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So she knows how to temper the chocolate and all that. And we would just do it on the counter. make cherry chocolates and medicated cherry chocolates and stuff like that.
Stuff like that, yes. Okay, now I got a second recipe, and I've just put it into the chat because Al forgot to put the first one in before he closed the page.
Oops. Here, I've still got it open. I can do it. Go ahead, talk.
Okay. Oh, all right. So here we go. On to the next recipe. I don't know whether you're gonna like it or not, but
I'll ignore this one then.
Okay. Here we go. I'll bring up the picture so you can see the picture, and then you can decide. Look at that.
Yeah, no, thank you.
These are peanut butter marshmallow treats.
Oh yes, I've seen people make those before. They're horrible.
So yeah, there you go. Half a cup of magical butter or butter. I would assume you could probably use coconut oil or whatever oil as well. Marshmallows, Reese's Puff cereal, and who knows? This is with the Puff cereal, but maybe you could use other cereals as well, right? And some Reese's Pieces. Not a lot of stuff to get in order to make this. They say to melt your butter, add the marshmallows, cook with until gooey. Pour the cereal into a large mixing bowl, add the melted marshmallows, and stir until thoroughly combined.
Yum.
Then add the candy and mix it completely together. Or
I do like that kind of stuff, but not with peanut butter.
Yeah, that was the part I figured you didn't like. Pour it all together into a large baking dish, and then using a silicone spatula, spread it evenly into the corners, and then slice into cubes and serve your peanut butter marshmallow treats to your lucky guests. So,
Nice.
there you
I have
go.
a question for you.
It looks sticky.
Do you remember? It looks gross. Sorry. Do you remember the name of Herb when they first came out?
No, I don't. Not offhand.
I can't remember the name. They changed it to Herb, and I think it was the pothead. It was something to do with pot. It had pot in the top title. I'm pretty sure. I can't remember what it was called though.
No, not offhand. Same here. So yeah, there you go. Recipes. People are always looking for something to munch on, right?
Not always. Not always. Not like that, anyways.
All righty. From recipes, got anything else you want to talk about when it comes to recipes?
I've been seeing some video ones.
Have you?
Kind of short videos. So I'm going to start making some videos with recipes.
Oh, there you go. Hey.
I've been playing with AI.
Yes, you have been. Yes, you have been. That's right.
Yes. As you will see in a little bit.
All righty. Good stuff. All right. Well, from recipes, let's move on to the headlines.
That's like Gates down the roads music.
All right.
I hear that. I keep the station, like I keep stuff up on my computer. So I hear when you're doing the news, I hear that song.
Oh, go away, cold. All right. Now in
No.
news. Now this I think this needs to spread far and wide. Because I think it would be a benefit, obviously. But in one of my news articles today, New York movie theaters could sell cannabis and allow consumption during films.
Well, you
Hey,
know, this
like-
is something that needs to happen because you know, there's nothing better than sitting around with friends, smoking a couple of doobies and watching a movie.
Correct.
Which Al and I are both around the same age and did growing up. So
Yeah.
we used to go to the Imperial Six a lot, and you used to be able to smoke inside the Imperial Six, which is now it's what's it called? They had Phantom there for years. But anyways, go ahead.
The opera, right.
Yeah. We have one theater in Toronto that is a review theater, or they play a lot of old movies where you can go on a set evening and consume while you're watching the movie, but they get fined for it all the time.
Well, yeah, because there's no smoking thing. That's what I was surprised. Like, now it says it could sell cannabis or marijuana and allow
They don't
consumption.
have the Ontario Smoking Act like we do.
I know, but when I went through the article the other day, I didn't see where it says what kind of cannabis. Is
I
it
believe
edibles? Is it beverages? Or is it smokables?
I don't know, but I believe that in New York State, they allow smoking in some restaurants. I mean, I think what they're going at, if you're not a smoker and the bar allows smoking, go to another bar that doesn't allow smoking.
Yeah.
If you're a cannabis consumer and you want to consume at a bar, you should be able to.
Well, they say here that the theaters across the U.S. they currently allow moviegoers to purchase and drink alcohol. And
well, you can do that here at the VIP theaters here as well. Yeah.
Oh yeah. And it says that at this time you can only buy cannabis at legal licensed adult use dispensaries, and they want to change
Bring it
that.
with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It says here for theaters to serve recreational marijuana at their establishments, they would need either an events permit or a consumption lounge license.
I think that it would be great. Go in and get your popcorn and your jujubes and I'll take a quarter of Kush, please.
Please, yes, exactly. And it says here that New York State does not have either yet, but plans to in the future.
Awesome.
So they're going to create these laws of event permits for cannabis, as well as lounges. So maybe this isn't that far off.
I've seen a few different states that are considering the lounge thing. I know that there is a petition out now to allow it in Ontario as well.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I mean, this is something that's going to happen down the road. I think so. I hope so. But how far down the road, who knows?
Yeah, exactly. They're out west. There's events now that allow cannabis consumption, or places that sell it at events. It's things are opening a little bit that way, but it needs to spread across the country.
You know what, Al? With the amount of events that we've both gone to over the years, I don't think I have ever, except for a couple of mouthy bitches, seen any issues at a cannabis event.
I don't see. I've never seen anything break out in.
I've never seen an argument. I've never seen a fight. I've never seen a fuck you. I've seen a lot of enjoying themselves and getting really good prices.
I'm gonna. I knew that was coming, man. I knew it was coming. I could feel it. Okay, from there, I happen to have two news articles, and you hear all this fear mongering.
Oh, I'm getting sick of it.
Going on, right? Oh,
People
you can't
get off on
cannabis. Everybody's gonna be smoking cannabis. If you allow the to be sold in stores, all the kids will be smoking it, and blah 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 blah. On and on we heard for so long. And look at this headline: fewer young people using cannabis after legalization.
Because it's available. Do you think that we would have been, as kids, 14 years old, do you think that I would be jumping into my mom's liquor cabinet and then going out and running around Toronto going if it was allowed?
Yeah. That's part of the enticement, is the illegality of it.
Yeah.
Now they say that this is the lowest rate in 25 years.
Wow.
Yeah. Let's see what else. It decreased 3%. So it's still going. It's going down instead of going up, because if it was going up, people would obviously use that as a, even if it's by 3%. Would
we could
Cuba.
smell house. We could. My mom smoked and her boyfriend smoked, and we could smell it in the house. But it was the time and the place. It's different now.
Yeah.
When you walk, I don't know how many times I've heard when I open my door, "Whoa, that smells nice."
Oh yeah, eh? Yeah, exactly. I've had that when I've been going to the store, and people say, "Oh, you smell nice," and I'll say, "Oh, that's my cannabis eau de cologne."
Yeah. Yeah.
So there you go. You can see the line.
Yep.
Making its way down. Right. So
From 98, yeah.
Yeah, from 98 at 41%. Because I know at one time, Canada had the largest amount of minors that were consuming cannabis.
Minors.
Yeah, underage people.
I remember hearing Marcel
Teenagers.
a long time ago saying that per capita, Nova Scotia consumes the most cannabis in Canada.
Yeah.
And that's because the amount of people in such a small space, I guess.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, because they have, how big is their population?
Look, for a long time.
Is the island got as many people as Toronto?
I guess. I don't know. But for a long time, I remember hearing about Nova Scotia and cannabis, but and then of course BC. You know, but Toronto now is kind of the mecca for cannabis, right? Toronto, BC, Calgary, they all have their big festivals now, and I believe they allow cannabis consumption at the Calgary Stampede. They allow
purchasing too.
I was just going to say they allow purchasing as well.
Yeah, now with theirs, I believe it's you can purchase it, but you're actually ordering it online off site, and they will deliver it into you.
So it's there when you get there.
It's not as if you go into a place there just to buy it. It's more of a delivery service into it.
Well, they allow sampling now in Ontario. So when you go to an event, if you're a bud tender, you can sample.
Right. Yeah. Bud tenders for sure. Yeah.
Well, I don't like that at all. I think that, you're trying to entice the consumer, not the bud tender.
Correct. But the regulations, but the regulations say you can't use cannabis as an enticer.
Don't come and listen to our show when you're stoned. You're not allowed.
Why?
I don't know. I'm just waiting for somebody to say that to me.
Oh.
we have now, and I'm knocking on wood here. We have never been told in 20 years that I've been doing this, I have never been told that I am not allowed to smoke a joint while I'm on the air.
No, I never been told.
Why that is, though, Al? How the fuck can you tell somebody what to do when they're sitting in their own fucking house doing it? But this is one of the things that they're trying to monitor on us now, and forcibly say you can't do that. I mean, if I was to hold up a mushroom right now, we could all get arrested, including you people watching.
What?
Kidding, of course.
Yeah.
It's April Fool's. Come on.
Well, I guess you had to come up with something, right?
Yeah, it wasn't intentional.
Oh.
Welcome to our coughing show.
That's right. That's right. And sinus show. I'm hearing noises, but all's good. Alrighty, from headlines of news, what we got next? We got some We got some sports. Yeah, usually I just cover the scores. That's about always what I cover. Scores. Well, I do cover other things, but today all I'm covering is the scores. And where are we here? All right there. Here we go. Score-wise, Sportsnet says the Flyers beat the Predators in hockey. Stars over the Kraken 3-1. Devils 3-2 over the Wild, and 3-2 for the Flames over the Avalanche. Alrighty, and as far as baseball wise, we got a whole slew of the teams there, and I'm not going to go through them all. Take a quick look. Let's see if I should. Okay, I did share it. There we go. But I can let you know the Blue Jays, they won 5-2 over the Washington Nationals. Used to be the Montreal team. The Expos is who they were at one time. Okay, there we go. Did you get to read them all?
Did I read what?
All the scores.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about sports. You know that. I was looking for my thing here. I find it. Yeah. So go ahead, finish your sports.
Oh, I'm done. I got the score. I got the scores up. I didn't have any actual sports news per se. As far as anything on the WHL, the PWHL for the ladies. I did take a quick look at the headlines on Sportsnet, and nothing that was explosive. Oh, I gotta say something. Spread this around, but there was nothing there. So we should just have a staring contest.
Well, I'm looking at my list of things here that I've made a lot of videos already.
Okay, yeah, let's get into some of those videos.
Let's watch this one here.
All right, let's do it.
It's just got to load here. Might take a minute.
All righty.
Sorry. You have to load it into the player when you want to play it, or you download it and blah 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 blah.
Oh, okay. All right.
So this is a blast from the past, and it's the top 10 iconic 80s commercials.
Okay. And this is what you generated.
Yeah, I put in a thing, and it came up with a script, and then I edited the script, and we'll see if it worked out here. I haven't watched it yet. All right, here we go. I got to make a thingy for it as well. I've got a few of them we'll watch here.
All right.
Hey there, 80s fans. It's your buddy, the Hoff here, teaming up with 420 Radio to take you on a righteous trip back to the neon decade. We're talking big hair, leg warmers, and commercials that were more epic than a chase scene with Kit. So buckle up, because we're about to rewind the clock and relive the top 10 most iconic commercials of the 1980s.
All right, here we go.
Get ready to have some totally rad flashbacks.
All right.
Our first stop takes us back to 1984, the year Apple introduced the Macintosh with a groundbreaking commercial directed by the one and only Ridley Scott. Remember that Super Bowl ad? A lone runner breaking free from conformity, smashing through the screen and ushering in a new era of technology. This wasn't just about selling a computer, man. It was about challenging the status quo, just like we did in Knight Rider. This commercial was a revolution, and it changed the way we looked at advertising forever.
Yeah.
Next up, we're hitting the drive-thru at Wendy's, where a feisty little old lady named Clara Peller stole the show with 3 words. Where's the beef? This commercial wasn't just about bigger burgers. It was about demanding quality and calling out the competition. Clara became an instant icon. And that catchphrase, it was everywhere, man. From T-shirts to bumper stickers, where's the beef was the ultimate 80s mic drop.
Why they would show McDonald's, I don't know, but okay.
Talk about a touchdown for a heartwarming advertising. Coca-Cola scored big time with their Mean Joe Green commercial. Picture this. A tough NFL star, known for his intimidating presence, softens up to a young fan offering him a refreshing Coke. This ad reminded us that even the toughest guys have a soft spot, and it proved that sometimes all it takes is a simple act of kindness and a delicious
I don't remember
Coke
this one.
to bridge any divide. McDonald's took a swing with their Mac Tonight campaign, and boy, did they hit it out of the park. This jazzy, moon-headed crooner became an instant sensation, serenading us with his smooth vocals and making us crave those Big Macs after dark. This commercial was all about good vibes and good times, and it proved that even fast food could be cool.
Ooh.
Hold on to your hats, folks, because this next one was a real showstopper. When Pepsi teamed up with the king of pop himself, Michael Jackson, the world went wild. This wasn't just a commercial, it was a mini-movie with electrifying dance moves and a message of unity. MJ's star power took this ad to a whole new level, making it one of the most iconic and expensive commercials of all time.
His hair burnt off in that one.
Remember that
Yes,
pink drumming bunny with the shades and boundless energy? The Energizer. Bunny
He's
hopped
still
onto
going.
our screens in the
The
80s
bunny.
and became a pop culture phenomenon. This commercial was simple but effective, promising long-lasting power and delivering it with a memorable mascot. The Energizer Bunny taught us that it's all about stamina, baby. Who knew dried grapes could be so groovy? The California Raisins Claymation commercials were a stroke of genius. These funky little dudes sang and danced their way into our hearts with their rendition of I Heard It Through the Grapevine. These commercials were fun, quirky, and they proved that even healthy snacks could be cool. Nike has always been a master of athletic inspiration, and their Bo Knows campaign was no exception. This ad showcased the incredible talent of two-sport athlete Bo Jackson, a guy who could dominate both baseball and football. With Bo, it wasn't just about one sport, it was about pushing boundaries and excelling in everything you do. Just like Knight Rider, we were all about pushing the limits. That's right, folks, we're talking about the Folgers jingle that's been stuck in our heads for decades. The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup. This commercial was all about associating their coffee with the warmth and comfort of a perfect morning. And you know what? It worked. To this day, that jingle still makes me crave a cup of Joe.
Coffee, it's caffeine.
And finally, we come to a commercial that's puzzled generations, the Tootsie Pop ad with the wise old owl. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? It's a question that's haunted us all. This commercial was brilliant in its simplicity, sparking curiosity and making us crave those iconic lollipops. And there you have it, folks. A turbocharged trip back in time to relive the most iconic commercials of the 1980s. We laughed, we cried, we craved burgers and jingles. It's amazing how these commercials take us right back to those awesome days. Which one was your favorite? Was it the groundbreaking Apple ad, the heartwarming Coke moment, or maybe the catchy Folgers jingle? Let me know in the comments below, and don't forget to give this video a big thumbs up. Subscribe to 420 Radio for more awesome content, and stay tuned for more road trips down memory lane.
There you go.
Subscribe to 420 Radio.
Yeah. You would probably have to tell it.
Yeah, I got to work on the. You really have to be very descriptive when you put things in. I'll give you an example. I did yesterday the top 5 cannabis headlines.
Yeah.
And yet, did it really tell us what we like? If you put in the right notations in the script, it'll actually load the video, but it's called generative videos, and but it won't do it unless you have a paid account.
When I was doing text to voices and doing commercials and stuff, 420, I would separate 4 and 20.
You have to type it out now.
Correct. You can't use. You have to make sure it's separated.
If you're using the numbers, it
Correct.
says that as a number. But if you type out in words 420, it says 420.
Yeah. Yeah. Who's this?
This is this one is called, where's the damn thing here? Come on now.
Just so you know, Deb says Mac tonight. Deb's a big McDonald's fan. Big McDonald's fan. Like,
Yeah, you must love the new one that's there. I know that kept me up at night sometimes there.
like I'm
But-
talking, like she's even got Ronald shoes, man.
Hey, what's up, everyone? It's Your Name here, back with the latest in cannabis news. Today, we're diving into the top 5 stories shaking up the cannabis world for March 31st, 2025. First up, big changes in Texas. The Texas Senate has just passed a bill banning all consumable hemp products with any THC. This could majorly impact the state's $10 billion hemp industry.
Yeah, we'll stop that and I will do it again.
No, but the fact that Texas banned THC, like they can't even grow hemp now because they banned THC, even the 0.3% in hemp.
I know it's stupid. We'll have to try that again because there's obviously something went on with the downloading.
Okay,
that's why the buzzing was there. Let's see what else I've got here. I thought that for what our 420 paste project for filler stuff, maybe we should do some strain reviews. So I typed in some stuff.
Cannabis, like all living things, relies on genetics. These building blocks of life determine a plant's characteristics, from its aroma and flavor to its effects and growth patterns. Understanding cannabis genetics is key to appreciating the diversity of strains available today. Each strain boasts a unique genetic makeup, resulting in distinct traits that cater to a variety of preferences and needs. Just as a rose inherits its fragrance and color from its ancestors, cannabis strains inherit their unique properties from their parent plants. This intricate web of inheritance gives rise to the incredible variety we see in the cannabis world, from the soaring highs of sativas to the relaxing effects of indicas. Pink Kush, a popular indica-dominant strain, boasts a lineage shrouded in mystery and debate. While its exact origins remain unclear, its parentage is widely believed to include OG Kush, and some speculate either a pink Afghani or Bubba Kush. This genetic combination has resulted in a strain celebrated for its potent effects and distinct aroma. The OG Kush parent brings its signature potency and earthy, fuel-like aroma. The pink Afghani, on the other hand, is thought to contribute to Pink Kush's relaxing body, high and sweet floral notes. This fusion of genetics has cemented Pink Kush's position as a sought-after strain in the cannabis community. Pink Kush is easily recognizable with its dense, tightly packed buds that exhibit a distinctive pink hue, a trait inherited from its pink Afghani lineage. Its aroma is a captivating blend of sweet floral notes inherited from its pink Afghani parent, intertwined with the earthy, fuel-like undertones characteristic of OG Kush. This unique aroma profile adds to the overall sensory experience of enjoying Pink Kush. Beyond its appearance, Pink Kush is cherished for its potent effects. True to its indica dominance, this strain delivers a deeply relaxing body high that can alleviate stress, pain, and insomnia. Its effects are long-lasting, making it a popular choice for evening use or for those seeking relief from chronic conditions.
Pink Kush.
Pink Kush has earned its place as a cornerstone in the modern cannabis market. Its potent effects and unique aroma have garnered a loyal following among both recreational and medicinal users. This popularity has led to the emergence of numerous Pink Kush crosses and variations. From dispensaries to online seed banks, Pink Kush and its derivatives are widely available, a testament to its enduring appeal. Its legacy extends beyond its immediate consumption, inspiring breeders to create new and exciting strains that carry on its sought-after traits. In the ever-evolving world of cannabis, Pink Kush remains a classic, celebrated for its unique characteristics and the potent experience it provides.
Here you go. All done.
Well, it needs some work.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, hey.
Now let me
You
show
just
you.
learning, you're creating stuff, and next thing you know, you'll be a professional at it.
Well, we'll see. Let's see something a little different.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where is it? Where's it gone?
Oh, got a message from Deb.
Yes.
She says she doesn't like the McDonald's food. She just likes the toys.
Ah.
Yeah. Toys.
I guess we're done with that for now.
Okay. All right. Good. The my my grandson just told me he was bored. So nobody's
He
doing.
wants to go to McDonald's.
No. He doesn't want to go to McDonald's. Probably would though. Because he's bored, he printed off some math projects, some math as like questionnaires.
He seems to know where
He's gonna do them.
you are every Tuesday from 10 o'clock on. Because he comes down every show now to print stuff out.
Like they're all like they're off. They're off Monday.
Does he do that for every show when you're in the office? Does he come down and print stuff?
Not every show, no. They're off of school because of the storm.
Oh yes, they've got a snow day.
Yeah, Monday, Tuesday, and then now we're supposed to get another storm tomorrow, so they'll probably be off again tomorrow.
I got a breaking news here. Hooters has filed for Chapter 11.
Who?
Hooters.
Yeah, I saw that earlier today. Yeah, they filed for bankruptcy.
Yeah, it says Hooters, the iconic restaurant chain known for chicken wings and servers wearing orange shorts with big boobs. It doesn't say the big. I added the big boob part.
Okay.
Has filed for bankruptcy protection. Holy.
No.
It's for because of a restructuring under the original founders.
Huh.
Yeah, 40 locations are being closed, and they're citing raised inflation.
Yeah. Anything else? What about companies that are now more like the DoorDashers and Skip the Dishes that are doing these?
A lot of people are choosing to stay home. I mean, I don't have that luxury here. We've got a couple of restaurants, and they do deliver, but it's a 3 or 4 hour wait up here.
No,
not literally, but I know that when I was in my apartment, there were many nights where I chose not even to go shop, just to order something.
Yeah,
it's a convenience that we have now.
Yes,
and with Uber and DoorDash and all those other delivery services, you can get whatever you want. I mean, Uber has started doing cannabis. I don't know about DoorDash.
There was somebody else.
I'm trying to find. I'm trying to find some Hungarian food that delivers.
Oh, you're probably just even finding a Hungarian restaurant that's doesn't even deliver. Pretty hard to find where you are.
Yeah, and they've closed my favorite restaurant in Toronto, Country Style on Queen Street, across from Leeds Palace. I've been eating there for 50 years, anyways.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Closed her down.
They closed her down about 6 months after I moved. This is like, Al's moving. We can't sustain ourselves anymore. There's been a few Hungarian restaurants.
Don't move, Al. Don't move.
There's one in Hamilton that was just across the street from the lounge.
Right.
Yep, that was convenient.
All righty. Just checking on the cat moving. I thought I was getting into something there. From the sports and everything on to entertainment and events. Let's see. I got a song for entertainment.
All right.
Okay. We'll be back in about 3.5 minutes. That's about how long it'll take to play.
sat in the corner, eyes half closed, wrapped in smoke like a worn out road. They say he's seen the past, the present, the end, through the bottom of a bong that ain't never been cleaned. I dropped a 20, said, tell me my fate. He took one hit, then made me wait. Stared real deep like a wise old sage, then coughed up a lung and said, bro, you blazed. Wrong water, vision, secrets untold. Sip it if you dare, but the taste too cold. One puff, two puff, spirits arise. The answer's in the bubbles if you open your mind. If you open your mind. But don't ask too much or it might be too late. Too late. He sees the future but it's cloudy as hell. Take another rip and let the vision swell. But he still took a hit, now the truth feels near. He looked at the ripples, let out a sigh. Said, son, I see tacos falling from the sky. I said, that ain't prophecy, man, that's a dream. He just grinned and said, trust the green. He whispered, aliens, they've been here a while. Built the pyramids, then dipped with a smile. I said, that's insane, he just shook his head. It's all in the bong, man, reality's dead. Bong water, visions, truth dripping slow. Sip it if you dare, but you may not know. One puff, two puff, the answers arrive. But the more you see, the less you survive. The less you survive. Don't ask too much, or it might be too late. He sees the future, but it's cloudy as hell. Take another rip and let the vision swell. But he still took a hit, now the truth feels near. Maybe time ain't real, maybe fate's a game. Maybe the future's just a smoky haze. Maybe I should ask one last thing. But damn, this water got a funky sting.
There you go. That was the full song of the partial song we played previously. Here, I played 30 seconds, I think, the last time I played that. That's the whole version. That was the Bong Water Oracle from Dr. High. If you like that stuff, you want to watch more of it, tune in to the 420 Pace Thursday nights at 9 o'clock for 1 hour of cannabis tunes first played.
And that is also the power of AI.
Correct. That is AI. Yep. Yep. And as you know, it's just not a matter of just saying a few things and
well, you know, this is what I've been playing with. I put in something like with the Kush thing there. I just tell me about the lineage of Pink Kush. That's all I put.
Oh, really? Eh?
But I did 2 videos with that. I did the one for YouTube, and then I did a YouTube short.
Yeah.
The YouTube short is what you're seeing now in Reels with the wording and the, you know, the catchy phrases and stuff. So it's going to be an interesting ride to see what can be accomplished. I know a lot of people are worrying about it. Celebrities are out there doing block orders to stop people from using their likeness and their voices. I can go in, and we will go in eventually once I figure it all out. I can just, I think you just say a line of words, and then it captures your voice, and you use that voice. So,
use your original voice.
use my voice. It just changes the words, right?
Yeah. What would you? Would you be scared of what it would turn out? How you would sound singing?
I wouldn't do it singing because I can sing on my own, and I'm not going to make, but for, to be honest, for a creator that has dyslexia and doesn't read very well, I mean, I can do the voiceover. I can write a script and blah, 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 but it's the reading of it that's the issue for me. And well, it doesn't come out fluently, so it's a good tool to be able to use to create voiceover stuff in my own voice, without that issue of me being able to read it. I mean, I'd be able to do it eventually, but it's going to take me 100 takes,
Right. Yeah.
Otherwise, I would have gone into voiceover because obviously you can hear I do have a voice.
You have a voice for radio.
That's what they say.
That's what they say. Yeah, I know. I've talked to Dr. High there, and yeah, there's he uses different programs, and in order to create things, and it's not it does there is time involved in it.
It's just another evolution of what's available. COVID, pain in the fucking ass, killed people, destroyed lives, businesses, blah blah blah. But look at the technology that's come out of that, specifically online. We've got Zoom meetings are a regular thing now.
Yeah.
It used to be Skype. Skype's gone.
As of May, it's gone. I got a notification that it's ready for an update. They're going, update? Fuck, you're shutting down in May. What are you doing updating?
As of May 5th, Skype is no longer. Yeah. They are migrating it with what they call Microsoft Teams.
Right. So does everybody's Skype account turn into a Microsoft Teams?
Apparently, yes. You can log into Microsoft Teams and access all of that stuff. Now, what people don't realize, though, is Facebook has been using Skype since they installed Messenger with video conferencing and voice, because that's basically what they're using.
Yeah.
So, but Skype will be gone. I don't remember the last time we got a Skype call.
I've used Skype in the last few months, but yeah, nowhere near I did before. Just a quick message. Good morning, Kent. How you doing?
Hey, Kent.
I hope today's a better day.
So anyways, all I was trying to say was, I mean, the technology that's come out of COVID is impressive. I mean, we're doing a lot. I think AI, the introduction of AI into general life has been fast-paced a little bit because of it. More people are wanting to interact in things at home as opposed to now. Restaurants, like we were just talking about, deliveries, things like that. You can, I mean, I have a home theater sitting in here. You can see the projector right there.
Yeah, I can see it over your shoulder there. Yeah.
And I did, I needed a curtain for my office here because I have a long window here. So I put up the screen I got with my projector.
Nice.
And that's my curtain.
Yeah.
But a lot of people are doing that now, where a home theater in somebody's home, you had to be rich to do that before. You don't now.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of new technologies that have been introduced that are interesting. Is my point.
I've got two widescreen projections, like screens.
Yep.
I think it's 8 feet long. I had one that was
heavy, aren't they? In a box.
Oh well, mine's I got one sitting over there in the next room, and it's wider than a king bed.
And then it probably cost a few $1,000s when you got it.
I can't remember what it cost me. I actually have two of them because when I was doing the documentary movies, the series, when I was going around to the
Taking
cafe,
those with you.
The one place, actually two places, I left the screens there. They just left them mounted up on the ceiling.
And then when you stopped doing it, you brought them home.
Correct. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I got the projector's in there with it and the whole bit.
Yeah, but now all you need to do is plug a computer into a little tiny projector. This thing will do 100 feet.
Oh, good.
Right?
Distance, yeah.
And I just think it's fucking amazing.
Makes it big, eh?
Set it up outside and go sit in the car and have a drive-in night.
What comes in handy if you're doing something outside? Let's say you got a bunch of friends over or family over, set up a projector outside. That way you can have a movie while you have a fire.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yep.
Yeah. Exactly. So that works out all right. Now, as far as events go, what have I got here? This is a new month, so I have it.
Well, we were supposed to be at where were we supposed to be last week?
Can Expo. Yeah, that was the 21st.
It's been rescheduled though. That's happening in October now.
October, correct?
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Now, as far as events, according to the cannabis market space, what do they got here? As I say, alternative products. This is going on in Miami. Token Tuesday. That's in Saskatoon. They say blaze, mingle, and talk shop. Growing under highlight intensity. It's a webinar. Cannabis East, a premier cannabis event for consumers and enthusiasts. Oh, there's a canna crawl 420 festival. Gee,
that's
April 19th.
Somewhere in Hamilton, yeah.
Yeah. 420, Your Highness is here. Mood Fest.
Mood Fest. Where's that?
Vancouver Island.
Oh, cool.
Here we go. Mood Fest. Naomi. Presented by Mood Cannabis. The road back to legacy.
Nanaimo.
Yeah, something like that.
Somebody will say something, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Correct us.
I can't pronounce it anyway.
One of them correcting people.
Yeah. Okay. So we got that going on. Canna Crawl. This is going on the 19th. Location to be announced. $5 early bird tickets, $10 at the door. You got music, food.
Canna Crawl has always been a good one to go. It's a lot of legacy people and music and food.
Yeah.
Rena is a cannabis chef.
And
I believe that she does have things there as well.
Yeah. General rest of them.
We used to go and sit on the stage. I used to go and sit with Dr. Ira.
Oh, yeah. So there's a few more events. We'll get into them more when it gets closer to the end of the month.
Get closer to the end of the month, which is coming for 20.
Yeah, sure is. But you know what? I'm not yet. Anyways, I haven't heard anything being promoted as far as any rallies or any.
I just saw the first post for the GMM, the Global Marijuana March, on the 3rd of May.
Did you?
I just saw that. Yeah, there was just Mary Jane posted something.
Okay.
But yeah, I saw "Are You Coming" or something like that. But that's down at Queen's Park in Toronto.
Correct.
And if you have an event or you know of an event that you think we should mention, Have at her.
Have at her. Mention it. We'll bring her up. That's for sure.
You can.
Yeah,
You
I
can
haven't.
send
I haven't
it.
seen any. I haven't seen any announcements online or anything saying about
Anything.
420 for gatherings or anything.
You
along
know, it used to be really the festival, the 420 in Toronto used to be huge. They would take over wherever they were.
Yeah.
And you know, and that was the hash mob people doing that.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Chris and Aaron. And it's just, you know, they've been at Toronto City Hall. They took over
Nathan Phillips Square,
Dundas Square. But you know what? Quite
Business.
frankly, over the years, they've been asked not to come back.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, which I don't understand why, because I mean, like I said, I've never seen an issue at a 420 event ever.
I only know of one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Was that an argument about dry buds?
No. That was when someone showed up with a gun. And that didn't go over very well.
No, it wouldn't have.
They were removed.
Probably pretty quickly.
Yeah. That was it. That's the only one. You know, thousands and tens of thousands of people show up.
Well, you know, I mean, like, the last few times that I went down to Queen's Park, I wasn't impressed by the cleaning because it was a mess when we left and nobody stayed to clean it. But now, you know, now there's a committee. And I know that Mary Jane spent a few hours with Timmy last year cleaning.
Yeah, I know in previous years when I was there, there was no, like, there was some stuff that was out and stuff like that. And Grandma Peaches, Joanne, she usually every year when I was there, she'd be like, say, you wouldn't see anybody, but she might have been there just picking up garbage and over in
there's a few
so big, but she was always picking up garbage. And yeah, but I understand where you're coming from, because there was many years where there was a mess and people just left.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's the young kids, the younger set, because you know us old farts in the community are a little wiser on that.
Respectable to the grounds.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
All right. So yeah, no, yeah, I haven't seen that. Anyways, and I haven't seen the thing from Mary Jane, but yeah, I know that she's working on it with the crew and all that. And if there's no 420 celebration in our area, I've seen some stuff going on in the U.S. and so on and so forth. But as far as in our general area here, yeah, I haven't seen anything.
There ain't nothing going on here. Sure you.
Well, I know, and you're hoping that it's a nice day. Never mind.
There'll be a 420 celebration. Correct. It's me sitting here.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll be able to go out in my backyard. Actually, my front deck, I have a little front deck, is now clear of snow, so I can go sit out there when the sun's beating down. It's not so bad. But I still have a foot of snow, well, a foot of ice, really, and then 2 feet of snow on top of that on the deck in the back.
Really?
Yeah, there's still 3 feet of snow around the greenhouse. And I'm now up to 5 panels gone.
Oh, glass. Oh, that's not good. Good day.
No, not glass. Just the.
I got a thumbs up from D.
Yes, I saw. She said something.
The 5. So you're like your greenhouse really isn't doing much of a greenhouse if it's
4
got
four panels on one side and 1 on the other.
This is all from wind.
From we had before in the fall, we had a couple of 120 kilometer an hour days, and one popped out, I put it back in. Another one popped out, I put it back in, and then the snow killed them. Right, the ones that had cracked fell in, and then we had another windy bust here during the winter, so that finished the other side. So I'm going to go out and get some corrugated clear poly roofing stuff, that you would put on a shed or something. And I'm gonna take what's there off and put those up, and then that won't happen again.
Yeah. So are you gonna put it on top of your greenhouse?
I'm gonna screw it down like you would screw it down on a roof. I'm gonna do the same thing. I'll tap some screws in there for metal screws and mount it right on there, and then it'll be there, and I'll take the top and make a little
the ridge on top and everything.
It'll be more open. There'll be more airflow too, right?
Yeah.
Because of the rises.
Part of the but sometimes you want to retain that heat too, right?
Believe me, it can use, like, I've got the auto arm on there, and
the what?
The auto arm.
Yeah.
Right. And so, I mean, it hasn't opened yet. It's 0 in there right now.
Yeah.
But the sun's shining today and melting. I've got a stream coming off of my driveway.
Yeah.
A river.
A river. Water is flowing. Yeah, the greenhouse here, it's it has 4 windows that automatically open with the heat.
I have 2. Yeah.
And then there's a fan in the wall.
I thought about they're very available, and you just cut a hole out and put it on.
Yeah.
Very available.
But it's got one panel that broke in the storm 2 years ago, 3 years actually, when we got hit with that hurricane type storm. Took out, just to the east of us, it damaged a whole pile of.
I remember that.
Yeah, and there was a trailer park that got majority of the trailers were damaged, and
that was over by Hastings, wasn't it?
No, Tweed.
Oh, okay.
We drove through there a week ago, and like with no trees, with no leaves on the trees and no snow on the ground, it just looks like a big battle zone. All the trees are all broken and damaged and laying over. And there's,
as we said,
it's just laying on and it's just laying there because you can't, they're not going to go in and clean up everything, but it just looks like it's been.
Well, like we said earlier, Al, the weather can be very beautiful, but at the same time, it's deadly.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I remember when I lived in I had just moved into Durham, Ontario.
Yeah.
Which is just north of Mount Forest, heading up to Owen Sound and that. And a twister went through, and it came up through the forest about a block from my apartment that I had just moved into.
Oh.
I was actually up here in Terrace Bay visiting, with my mom. And I walked in the house, and Dean says to me, "Did you hear about home?" I said, "No." He says, "A tornado just went right through your town." And when I got home, I went over to the park. I went down the road by my place, and you could see the V.
Oh.
And then I walked to the other end of town where the park was. It's a conservation area. Durham, Ontario is a conservation area.
Correct.
And
was it Purple Woods?
Through the forest of the conservation area, big V all the way through. You could see the path that went from one side of the street to the other. Right. And then there was another bad one down near Fergus, Ontario, which we saw as well when we were going down to the city. The weather, like I said, it can be beautiful and it can be deadly.
Yes, exactly. You just never know what we are going to receive, because things can change like that.
Correct. Yes.
All right. Got anything else in entertainment, news, anything?
No, there's nothing big going on with entertainment except for the new season of Bosch Legacy, which is I really enjoy. It's just a cop show, retired cops who are PI now, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
There, there's
We're still watching Lost. We're in season 4 now.
Lost, yeah.
Yeah.
I
They've
like
been
Lost.
they were on the island, but they always go to, like, they would call them flashbacks, but I would almost think that they're going forward with things because
Too
it
many
shows them after
flashbacks. Yeah.
they show them being rescued, like already back and rescued.
There are some. I enjoy that show. I've watched every episode, and that's something that I put on when just to have on, right? Background noise.
Right.
It gets confusing with the flashbacks, and
Yeah.
and when they start the show, they don't show everybody in the first episode. They show 3 or 4 people, and they keep going back and forth with those people. And then the next episode, it's 2 or 3 other people. And then as they whittle it down, then you see everybody during every episode. But they whittle it down pretty quick.
And it looks like they almost can focus on a character for each episode, because there's been many there where that's sort of where they've concentrated on is a certain person.
Naked and Afraid is good as well.
Yeah.
Same kind of scene. But I'm not into Survivor. Survivor is just
it's a game. It's
a game. Yeah, I don't like the game. I like Lost because it's, they have different versions of it. They've got Lost in Alaska. I've seen all of those.
Yeah. Lost in Alaska, that'd be cold. Be frosty. At least these people got lost.
Naked and Afraid in Alaska would be frosty.
Yeah, it sure would be. All righty. Let's see. Anything else?
No, I think it's about time to go back to the couch and do some work on the big TV.
Yeah, I've got to walk the dog and deal with this cold.
In other words, Al's going back to bed for a nap.
You just never know. You just never know. All right. Nothing else. Other than that, I will hit the bye-bye button. And
have a nice day. Thanks for watching.
Yeah.
See you next Tuesday at 10 a.m. We're the Hi Guys, the Owls.
The Owls, exactly. And hopefully next week this sinus cold's gone and there's no more ice storms going on.
I'm just waiting for my deck to thaw so that I can cook my barbecue.
All right. Other than that, we'll see you all later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment for Tuesday, June 10th, 2025. We're here live with you with myself and my awesome co-host, Revs. How you doing?
I'm good. I just noticed you put up a thing behind you, a tapestry right there. That's very nice. I like it.
In the last 2 seconds.
Yeah, I noticed when we first, like when I took us out of the screen to go live, it wasn't there. Very nice. Looks good. I like it. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty darn good. It's a beautiful hot day on the West Coast here. We've had a few beautiful days of sun. I've been walking my dog at the beach and quite enjoying pretending it's summer. How are you doing?
I am doing good. I had an incredible weekend of opening up my home sanctuary to participants, and had some absolutely amazing souls come into my home and receive medicine and do some beautiful healing. So it was the first 4 ceremonies held in my home, and it was pretty incredible.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
That leads to happy healing.
Happy healing. Yeah, no, it was incredible. What a wonderful way to open up the sanctuary and to start the company and the business. And I feel very blessed that it happened. So that was happening, and I took the facilitator that was here doing some education with me and facilitating. He left early afternoon on Sunday, and then Sunday night, and I went and picked up more people, or one more person, more people. More people is the proper way to say it, but it's only one more person that came for a visit from your neck of the woods.
Gee, do I know them?
Well, you might, yeah. But like the exciting thing is, this is the first one of my BC friends that has, up and made the trek to come on down to little old Nova Scotia here, which holds less than the amount of people that you guys have in all of Vancouver, like just Vancouver. Yeah, so it's I'm pretty excited. And then it turned out that we were going to have her on the show today as well. So it's kind of a double whammy for her. She gets to be introduced as my roommate for the next 2 months, as well as our guest for today. And of course, yes, you know her.
Oh, that was a long way to say yes.
It was, but I'm good at that.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
Should we invite her in?
Well, yeah, no, I think that's probably a good idea if you want to give a little intro, and I shall move the camera around.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the podcast, Miss Amy Duncan. Hi, Amy.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. You're missing some great weather out here. I hope it's raining there.
Stop hoping. Stop hoping.
I'm kidding.
Pretty overcast and gray today. It's a little chilly, but it's still beautiful. I get to wake up to this energy every day, which is wonderful. After spending some time with you and your energy, which is also beautiful and wonderful. It's different being on the completely opposite side of Canada, which I've never been to before. So
yes, the first night here, she got here, and of course, it was 10 o'clock by the time we got back here to my place. It was dark outside, and we got on a video chat with you, and she got to see, sit here in the dark and look at the sunshine that you were sitting in that night. It was quite freaky for her. It was awesome. It was a lot of fun. I'm used to it, but of course, Amy's not, right?
That's pretty cool. So at some point, I'm pretty sure you're gonna go do a lobster fest there, because that's got to be done.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, we'll get her to a little place called the Lobster Pound in Halls Harbor, Nova Scotia, where they serve the best lobster, I have been told.
And that's pretty exciting.
Yes, fresh East Coast lobster. I'm excited about that.
Wow. So we actually had asked you to come on the show. Oh, your camera did that funky. We'd asked you.
It'll come back.
We'd asked you to come on the show previously, and then there was some screw ups, and we couldn't pull that off and make it happen together. So this is actually pretty darn awesome, because this way, rather than you being on another screen in a different place, and this way, it's like we're all right there.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Super excited.
Is this where I get asked the really deep, big question?
It's your turn this time, because you know I'm sitting here with her. So
you're sitting right there. That's why I'm going. Is this my turn?
Yes.
So, Amy, what brought you into the plant medicine world? What's the story of Amy that walked her into the plant medicine world?
At a young age, it started out with cannabis and was more recreational for me when I started. And it quickly, very quickly, within, I would say, about a year, less than a year even, I realized that it was helping me. It was healing parts of my traumas so that I could delve deeper into them. And then it wasn't long after that I actually started LSD. And you know, that was a little bit of a thing. And as I grew older and became more aware of things is when I really started to realize how helpful these things can be. And if you put the intention into them and stuff, that it can help a lot of people, including myself.
I'm going to interrupt in it. You said at a very young age, you discovered cannabis, and within a year, you started using it medicinally because you started recognizing what it was doing for you. What was that age?
11 and a half, 12 is when I started. It was actually was Thanksgiving of 1994.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you were quite young. You were like 12-ish years old, starting cannabis. So by the time you were like 12 and a half, 13-ish, so hitting teenager, you started recognizing and like you said, at such a young age, how medicinal it actually was for you.
Yeah, because I would self-medicate to bring down my anxiety before my therapy sessions. Because I was getting too overstimulated from my therapies and stuff like that I wasn't getting what I wanted out of it. So I decided to start self-medicating prior to, so that I wouldn't get so overdone, even just thinking about things, you know, and working myself up, you know, to a point where I wasn't healing at all. You know, I was just getting it out, but I wasn't focusing on any of it, right?
Yeah.
So it really helped me bring that down and be able to focus, like, okay, this is what I wanted to talk about this week or whatever. So yeah. And I, you know, I've only stopped during pregnancy and breastfeeding. I know that's not everybody's choice, but that was mine. And yeah, and so and yeah, and now I'm almost 43.
Almost 40. So you've taken 5 tolerance breaks in your life since the age of like 12.
Yeah. No, 7, because I was a surrogate for my sister twice as well, aside from my infection. Yeah. So
something I didn't know about Amy and just found out. That's really that takes such a strength and a beauty to do and give somebody that such. What a beautiful gift of you to do and give her.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. So, I mean, you started at an early age and with cannabis. And when did other things come into it?
LSD was the next thing I tried. And I really thank the universe for that, because being where I was, like I was born and raised in Vancouver and surrounding area like Burnaby mostly. A lot of my friends got into opiates, you know, growing up and in high school and stuff. And I've lost almost everybody. Found myself, lost everybody else, which is rough. But they, you know, like really, because I definitely tried it as a teenager because all my friends were doing it, right? So, and that was not getting high to me. Like, I loved the psychedelic experience. For me, it was huge. Because to me, there was like this getting stoned or medicating with cannabis. Yeah, is a completely different, high than psychedelics.
Yes.
And mushrooms or anything. And I was living in Kelowna at the time. I lived there for about a year and a half. And got offered it on this houseboat party that we weren't even invited to. We were just like, oh, look, there's a party. It was all like much older people, but they did not know our ages, I think. Obviously, I really don't think they did. And I got given this tiny little vial, this little brown vial, and was told to put like 1 or 2 drops in like hot chocolate or something. Or I don't remember exactly what she said, into a drink. And well, I decided I was going to go overboard, and I took the whole thing. And it was a few days of a journey, but I thank the universe for that because it was so beautiful. It was such a beautiful trip. It was such a beautiful journey that then other lethal drugs weren't really, I wasn't into it really, I was not into it because that's what I compared it to. Like, I'm not seeing anything. I'm not feeling like I'm actually a blade of grass next to all the blades of grass on the grass, like, and so it saved me from really getting into anything else.
Yeah. And how old were you when you when you discovered LSD?
I was 13 and a half.
So not very long into your cannabis career at all.
No.
Wow.
Nope.
But being where you were and having the other things that were offered to you on the streets and whatnot, it was a savior for you. It saved you from that.
It definitely did. Yeah.
Wow. Wow. So you, at a very early age, saw the healing properties of psychedelics.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So 30 years you've been believing in the healing powers of these medicines.
Yes. And actually, I remember in grade 7 cutting out, because I always smelled like it and I always got into trouble, But I remember cutting out a clipping of the ACMPR going on and bringing it to class, and my teacher was like, and so I was just like, but look, it's important, and she's like, no, that's just whatever. I don't even remember exactly what she said, but I remember like her just grabbing it and like chucking it in the garden, and I was just like, oh, okay. And I still to this day, because of where I grew up, because of Vancouver being so open-minded about things, I still don't understand what the issue is with it everywhere, right?
Yeah.
And in my family as well was a big thing, right? Like, my grandma, right? And so
whom I've met her grandmother. I've smoked joints with her grandmother, and I have eaten her grandmother's THC cookies. Yes.
I was about 14 years old, and I knew that I could go smoke there. I knew it was a safe place to go smoke. I would bring in my best friend, and we would go smoke weed with my grandparents. Like, I had moved back down to the coast, obviously, at this point. And she came in the living room, and I was grinding out, rolling up on her tray. And she just decided to ask me where I got my weed from. And I was like, yeah, I got a guy down at the Vancouver Art Gallery rides bicycle that I got a page on his pager to whatever, 420. Like I'm hiding weed pretty much, right? And Sideshow Bob. Anyways, it was so funny. And she was like, wow, like flipped the tray out of my hand. I was like, don't bring street weed into my house. And now I'm still like, what was the big point of that? But I mean, back then there was, still not reefer madness, but they're still like, that it can be laced with heroin or something. And it's like, I know somebody's giving you free drugs. But anyways, and I was like, I don't even know how that would happen. But I was blessed enough to not ever have that happen. And she's like, she had this office always, even when she lived in Toronto and stuff, when we would go visit, we weren't allowed in her office. And I was grew up in foster care, and I was at a stage of foster care where I wasn't really getting along with foster families so much anymore because a lot of my therapy was bringing up trauma stuff, and so I didn't want to have like a man trying to tell me what to do. I still don't like it. No, I'm just kidding. But I was at a point in my life where I needed to separate myself from families because I was just like, I'd already been in foster care for about, whatever, how many years, like 5 or 6 years. And I felt like I was kind of pushing people away, and that's not really what I wanted to do. And so I went into like group homes, which I really didn't do well in because I was, I was an honor roll student and a musician and all this stuff. And a lot of the kids weren't. Their journeys were different, right? So I would get picked on a lot, right? Like beat up or like just really not good circumstances. And so I was at a point at a very young age where it's semi-independent living. So you're pretty much on your own, but the people that own the house or rent upstairs pretty much watch you and get paid for that. And I moved out at 15. I was like, you're not making a paycheck to pretend to care about me and my needs. And I told it out there. I'm like, whatever. Nobody's making money off of me, that's for sure. And, I'm not saying that was the healthiest choice, but it is what it is.
It was the choice that along your path, you decided to take. So, so you and at 15, you had, been using a lot of these, specifically cannabis and LSD for your own healing purposes.
Oh, yeah. I didn't finish. Sorry. About my grandma. So my grandma said I could finally go into her office. So I went into her office and she sold weed. And I thought I hit the jackpot. I was like, oh my God, my grandma sells weed. And so we started making edibles and learning about edibles. And we failed in some of the edibles. Really horribly. We made these mango peach pies one time that we decided we should just add the leaves in there because they look pretty. It was so hard to eat.
Yeah, it would have been.
Yeah. But yes.
Yeah.
And then I didn't really ever stop. I've stopped. Once I became pregnant with my oldest son, I did completely stop anything except cannabis. Like after he was born and after breastfeeding and stuff, I completely quit everything because I was afraid. Like there was so much that.
And that was 24 years ago.
Yeah.
That
was
so
2001. Yeah, 24 years ago.
Yeah.
And I quit everything until 2018.
Wow, except for cannabis.
Except for cannabis.
So for his first 18 years, you only used cannabis.
Yep. And alcohol and stuff. Like, that's not healing or anything like that,
No.
right? But cannabis was the only thing I used because I was so afraid that I was going to get stuck high on LSD or psilocybin or something.
There was still some unknowing and some there about them, because even though you were using them, because I want to make sure I talk to everybody and we include Steve here, you were using them for medical purposes and you knew what you did to yourself. There was still stigma.
Yeah, there's a lot of stigma.
And there was educational stigma that's hard to let go of as well.
Yeah.
How you doing, Steve? You have any questions for Amy? I'm kind of taking over and just having a
No,
conversation.
I'm just listening and being amazed, actually.
Yeah.
I'll have a question come up, but I'm just listening to the story. It's amazing.
So you were in 2001. How old were you? So at 13.
I was 18 in
You were
2001.
18. So
I was
you had 5 or 6 years of using more than just cannabis for healing.
Yes.
So then we come into you used for 18 years. You used just cannabis. You did have another child in there. You get to 18 years later, and what happened and what medicine?
I lost my mother to suicide. And I was helping Jerry Martin out with his bath salt business and rolling joints for him. And I just was really stuck. I was really, really stuck. And he said, have you ever tried mushrooms? And I said, only as a teenager. in the summer, camping or whatever.
Yep.
And he said, maybe if you want, like, you can try some. And I was like, oh, no, because Tona, and Metzi were still very little at the time. So I was like, which are my youngest too. And I was like, oh, I don't know. Like, what if I just, and he's like, fat. And he started educating me on the other plant medicines and thank goodness for my ADHD, I hyper focus.
Mm-hmm.
I hyper focused, and he really was brilliant. Like, and he would listen to a lot of audiobooks, and I would just constantly listen to them while, packaging the bath fizz up and stuff. And it was great because I learned so much. And he would often repeat it because he would get a phone call or whatever. So he'd have to rewind and go back and rewind and go back. And it was beautiful because I need repetition. At least 3 times I need to hear or see or write something down. And then I'll memorize it pretty much. So that was amazing. And I'd already been in the cannabis community, like on and off, like during my kids' lives too, as a candidate for the Marijuana Party of BC in 2000 and 2001. And just never kind of left the cannabis industry, and then the mushrooms and stuff. And I remember the first time I took it, I went to Cannabis Culture Lounge. They used to have an open mic, and I always went to it. But I was higher than drafted on mushrooms, and it was so funny.
This was your first trip after the 18-year break.
Yeah, and it was crazy. Like, I was just like, oh my goodness. I was like, called my friend. One of my friends was in Florida and one was in England. And I was like, can you guys just sit with me while I'm on the train? Because I don't want to just start laughing at nothing. And it was great. But I got there late. And for some reason, the person that was on the open mic decided to point at me and be like, why don't you take a seat? And it was like, oh, there was only one seat left anyways, which was just a single couch, like a single chair, sorry. And I was like, oh, okay, but then I felt really like, oh my God, everybody knows I'm high. And like, oh my God, I'm going to get kicked out or something. Like, I just didn't know what. And then then it really kicked in. And I ended up going to the people and the counter assistants or whatever. I don't know what to say. The people that look after you there. And I was like, can I get some water? Because I am tripping balls on mushrooms. They're like, really? That's great. And I felt so much relief in that moment. And they're like, are you good? Making sure that I was good. And so I was like, oh, okay, it's okay to be
but
like
that
this.
acceptance gave you community.
Oh, it gave me so much community. And
yeah.
and I still go there on mushrooms all the time because I love it. It just gave me that like, whew, okay, I'm gonna be okay. And then experiencing what I went through over since then has been quite a lot. And mushrooms, and I find more for me, microdosing LSD helps me get through the tough times, helps me kind of organize my brain into a more positive way of thinking, especially about myself and my trauma. I'm looking forward to doing more things. I recently actually did my first ceremonial mushroom ceremonial with Anki and Miriam.
Beautiful.
And it was absolutely, and Steve was there, yes, and there was I think 8 other people or 6 other people there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there was 5 other people there. Sorry, and amazing, and I can't wait to come back. And when I get back there, I'm going to do Bufo ceremony there, which is amazing as well. Like, it's just the plant medicine community is absolutely just endless in opportunity and love, which love is so important to me, which it is for everybody, but different people consider love a different, I don't know. It's just, I need connection. Yep. I'm afraid of falling off the side and just becoming nothing, or I don't know.
Yeah.
I just need to love.
You've got lots of anchors here with Anki and Miriam and Steve and myself.
Yes.
Yeah.
And and I mean, I've done 5-MeO, Recently, I also did another ceremony with Steve where we went to a sound bath kind of chord ceremony with Dana, which you guys had on
And
here.
you did lo-fi at that point in time. You did like a meditative dose.
Right. Oh, I thought it was NN, but you're right. It was low dose. I'm not sure what my dose was that I did before. I don't remember.
No, that was a while ago.
Yeah, that was.
And she also did that with Jerry.
Yes, I also did my 5-MeO journey with Jerry.
And let's just take a moment because I know how important that man was to you and still is to you. So just for those of you that don't know, Jerry Martin was a West Coast advocate activist, not just for cannabis, but for plant medicine. And he passed away not very long ago. No. And he was a big influence in your life.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. And he helped her, as you just heard, refined psychedelics in the form of mushrooms and introduced her to a few new ones like 5, which is just really cool. Yeah. And Jerry's desire was plain and simple to help the downtown east side get a safe supply and then get healed. And sadly, we lost him before he was truly able to do that.
Yeah. And his thing, especially not just in downtown east side, but safe supply for everybody.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like he that's where he physically was, so that's where he was starting, and you know, we all lost an amazing activist and advocate that day.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to pay a little respect to Jerry, just because I know how much you love him.
Yes.
You know what? On that note, we should take our break right now because we're almost there anyway. And then when we come back, I do have a question.
Excellent.
All right.
So hang with us. We're going to take a sponsor break and a little break to use a can, have a puff, do whatever. Hang with us. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Welcome back to the Mushy Moment for Tuesday, June 10th, 2025. Myself and my awesome co-host, Rev Cindy, are here with the fabulous Amy.
Other way.
No? Oh, on my screen it shows this way.
Oh, isn't that weird? On my screen, we're the other way.
Oh.
It's all good.
So, you'd been introduced to mushrooms, you'd used LSD, and then recently you went and used the mushrooms in ceremony.
Yep.
What are the biggest takeaways you found between just going out and doing them in ceremony?
Oh, okay, because I went into my mushroom ceremony with intention, and fulfilling that intention without meaning to, because I didn't make a choice to think about certain things, because I fell asleep for the first little bit, and when I came to is when my mushrooms were in full swing, and it was just beautiful. Like, my kids have Nahuatl names, and we happened to do it with, Anki and Miriam, who have the Nahuatl chants to the different gods and stuff. And so I thought, okay, I'm getting over a lot of things, I'm working through a lot. And I got to actually, like, I don't know, kind of see my kids at some point, like, in my head, just give me permission to do what I needed to do, what I need to do. I won't get into
It's in regard to your healing, correct?
Yeah, it's totally in regards to my healing. Like, and they've taught me a lot. But yeah, they literally were like, it's okay to miss people and be happy. You're allowed to heal and be happy, even if you miss people. And I was like, ooh. Because the whole ceremony I was trying not to laugh, because I was like, oh, people are just going to think I'm getting high or whatever, which I wasn't. It was with intention and all stuff, but I always hold so much against myself, right? As we do, right? A lot of people do. And so it's nice to, like, realize that, like, it's true. Like, I'm allowed to feel. I'm allowed to be happy. I'm allowed to, continue my journey, right? And so having that intention, I think, and just having it around so much love and so much sincerity really meant a lot. And it was really healing. It was really healing.
Well, those words were actually quite magic, because even when you spoke them the first time to me afterwards, I'm allowed to miss somebody and be happy.
Yeah.
And that's not a program we're run here. When you miss people, you're supposed to be bummed out. You're supposed to be depressed. You're not programmed to be happy, or that you're allowed to be happy. But that was beautiful. You're allowed to be happy when you miss people. And to me, that means a lot. I have a couple daughters in addiction, and there's a lot of times I miss them. And I let myself go to the not happy. But I get to go and see them. They're still alive. And I need to be grateful and happy about that, so I can miss them and be happy. And those words, honestly, changed my life. So thank you to the mushrooms for giving you those words, because they were also words I needed to hear.
Yeah.
I can miss people and be happy. We don't have to put ourselves into that depressive or heartbroken state. We can radiate the love we feel for them and empower ourselves rather than break ourselves down. And that's fucking beautiful.
And let me tell you those aren't the only mushrooms. I think this is gonna sound so cheesy on your guys' show, but we all three of us know how much your mushrooms have helped me. Your mushroom blends have helped me over the past few years get my health back. You know, this isn't a plug, but use it as when it works for you.
Yeah, it's not.
Well, I'm going to let you talk about it.
It's not just about psilocybin mushrooms. It's about healing. And psilocybin can help physically heal the brain, and help to heal our hearts and heal our mental health. But there are other mushrooms that also help us heal. Shiitake, maitake, chaga. There are so many of them. My co-host, our friend, does make a product that contains 7 of them, as well as cacao. And there it is. There are others out there. You can go to your store and buy them. Go to a farmer's market and buy them. Put them in soups. They are amazing, and they can help your body heal, as Amy has just attested to. Taking them has helped you physically heal your heart.
Not just my heart, my gut.
Yeah, that was also like the MyoPro, and yeah.
I've watched it in the past 2 months.
Yeah,
I've watched you from here in Nova Scotia out west. When you first started hanging out with Steve and I, well, with Steve out there, me online, a lot, and you started drinking your mushrooms every day. Every day. I watched the change in you from here, and it's been pretty spectacular.
Yeah, and not only that, like my bloating's all gone, which is crazy to me. I've lost weight just from like stress and working out, trying to work out more because of stress. But even before that, like the V spike block and all, the MyoPro, as the Poly Shield, like as a lot, I don't know, I had a really horrible reaction to the vaccine, which I was coerced to take by the government. And I ended up
scary.
It was so scary. I had 19 heart attacks, 2 strokes, and a blood clot in my lung. And, I had to take it, or they were going to take my kids. They took my kids anyways, because then I was really sick. I was in the beginning stages of heart failure. And then I think you were visiting one time. I'm pretty sure.
I know that it was Cindy that phoned me and said, you need to jump in and help Amy.
Yeah. And a year after starting those, I went to my cardiologist for this test. I don't know what. But I was in a bunch of tests all the time. And he was like, what are you doing? Like, what have you been doing? Because you have erased, like, because I had 16 minor heart attacks, 3 major heart attacks. And yeah, so the 16 minor heart attack scars are erased, gone. My cardiologist said he's writing a paper on it. And I do know that he had a bit of backlash about that. So I'm not sure if he's going to be able to publish it. But just because, pharmaceuticals, blah, 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 right? But which I don't have anything against them. I just would rather do things.
That also, we've mentioned the mushrooms, but that also includes that massive power of raw organic cacao as well.
Yeah, it's not just the mushrooms. It's the natural medicines. And, both Steve and I are, ceremonial cacao facilitators, but that also teaches us what it can actually do for the body. The Mayan tribe that many people have heard about when it comes to cacao. If you take a look at that tribe, they have no heart issues. Like there's no heart attacks, there's no strokes, there's no blood pressure issues. Like they don't have those issues within that tribe. We got stuff going on outside of Steve's place.
Technical difficulties.
So yeah, it's I'm really happy to hear how that's healed for you. And we don't mean to make the plug, but at ease.com. Yeah, so it's amazing that these natural medicines, and here at the Mushy Moment, we're all about talking about all of the natural medicines. Yes, we love the psychedelics. I'm a psychedelic medicine facilitator. Steve and I have used them. Microdosing psilocybin is one of our favorite things. We've both sat with other medicines, but when we talk about healing on this show, we do talk about full healing, and we do talk about all medicines. We've had nutritionalists on, so it's not just about the psychedelics. It's about healing in a natural way for us.
Yes. And if you do want to check it out, if you are interested in microdosing, the Microdose Cafe on Broadway is a pretty cool place to go, as well as the Toke Cafe on Hastings in Vancouver.
Yes. But back to you.
Yes.
Yes, we're not here for advertising.
I know.
I like how you like to. You're trying to throw us off there, but we're going to come back to you.
Oh.
Yes, back to Amy. Back to Amy. So so Jerry helped you refine psychedelics, introduced you to new ones. You've done a lot of healing with your friend Jerry. With all of these psychedelics and natural medicines, cannabis, etc. So you come forward from Jerry, who, rest in peace, we lost a while back. And what are you doing these days? We talked about going to the ceremony with mushrooms, and you've been working with eating all mushrooms, and you are planning for
Bufo.
What's that?
Bufo with
Bufo.
Miriam when we get back.
When we get back, yes.
And along the way, so when I leave Nova Scotia, we are going to be driving back, which I've never been anywhere past Toronto, and I only flew to Toronto. So we're going to be driving through all of Canada, visiting our friends along the way, hopefully sharing medicine with those who would like to share medicine with us, whether that be a doobie or some mushrooms or what have you.
Oh, yeah.
Rape, whatever you call that, or any, other things too. I was blessed enough to be able to go to Colombia actually and study coca leaf with the indigenous people of Bogota, and witness their mambe ceremonies and the rape ceremonies, and it's just the beginning, which is crazy because I feel like it's been a pretty drawn out beginning, but everything in due time. The universe knows what she's doing.
Yeah. Yeah, you've been educating for the last 30 years, especially with cannabis. And by the way, if you ever want any fancy joints rolled, she can do really cool things.
I love it.
You've had a little bit before you took a break with LSD. You came back to mushrooms. And strangely enough, even starting at a young age, you didn't have much time there where it was recreational thought processes. Like you said, you learned within the first year what it can help you with and how it can help you medicinally.
I never thought about that.
So you actually have been putting 29 years of medicinal intent in without even realizing, like you just said, which is really cool, right? Like, and a lot of us have done that when we're young. We realize that, like this herb is helping us with our anxiety or helping us sleep. And, I did the same thing when I was young, and I'm really blessed that I found these medicines as I was going along, simply because I don't know where the addiction would have taken me if I didn't have these, to be honest. So they have been a savior, and we are blessed for, such programs like the CSP that take cannabis to everybody that needs it and that is fighting addiction these days. And that's a big thing for you. You spent a lot of years working with people and helping people on the street, and you still do from. Yeah.
I still do. Yeah. I mean, if I see somebody that really needs medicine or something, I'm not against giving them some gummies or, like helping somebody out. If I hear of anybody going through anything too. People will contact me and be like, oh, and it's important. That's somebody's baby.
Yeah.
That's somebody's baby. I'm like,
it's somebody's somebody.
Kids I didn't lose, my son to addiction, thank goodness, but I did lose him to mental health. And sorry.
It's okay. No.
And I want to help everybody's babies. Everybody deserves to be helped, and I've been like that for a long time. Like, I realized the people that I work with and for or whatever, they're difficult or whatever, but that's just because they don't have the same tools.
Yeah,
they weren't given the same opportunity, and I'm definitely one of those people too. But I think that just showing more compassion, more love, and understanding, but also taking more accountability for our own shit too. How for me anyways, in my opinion, is kind of really helped myself out a lot too along the way, and hopefully will for generations to come. In our
yeah. And Amy and I are we haven't picked our date, but we are going to hop in a vehicle and we're going to leave little Windsor, Nova Scotia, and we are going to go from here to Vancouver, BC, depending on if we take my car or my van, depends on the route, to be honest. And we've got plans to stop so far in New Brunswick. And then there are a number of people we're going to stop in and see in Ontario. And then hopefully a whole bunch more as we get putting it out on Facebook that we are doing this. So yeah, it's going to be a healing adventure for the both of us.
So yeah, that's actually what it's going to be called now.
Yeah.
The Healing Adventure.
The Healing Adventure.
Yes.
The Healing Adventure podcast with Amy and Rev Cindy.
Pretty much.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I'll look forward to watching it.
Yes. Maybe you'll be a guest once we get there.
I did want to make a note on, because we talk about the consumption of cannabis, and even when we're younger and we use it, we don't understand medicinal aspect of it at that point. We're introduced to it, we use it, we find it works for us. And one of the things a lot of people don't know, and literally don't know, is that we have an endocannabinoid system, and it's the second largest system in our body, second only to our central nervous system. And what I found in my healing journey is a lot of the people that have suffered trauma and have PTSD or deal with ADHD, or they have those type of behaviors, especially if they've been through trauma, a lot of them tend to, what normies say, overuse cannabis. But if your central nervous system, and I've done the research on this, when your central nervous system is depleted, you've been running in hypervigilance, hyper aware, and all your energy's been running like that, you're also depleting your second largest system, which is the ECS, the endocannabinoid system. And it requires cannabinoids to put the body into healing homeostasis. So that's one of the reasons a lot of people when they're younger, they discover cannabis and then they stick to it. They've already suffered traumas. They've already got shit going on. And this stuff helps regulate a system in our body to bring us into a good homeostasis. And a lot of people have no idea. Like, I talk to people about the ECS system. A lot of people have no idea. But it's the second largest system in our body. And when you learn to utilize cannabis in a healing mode, you'll find that you won't be smoking it all the time. You'll be using whole plant tinctures to get the whole healing modality with the most cannabinoids and the most terpenes, so that everything gets in and starts helping the stuff. Because the endocannabinoid system requires more than just THC and CBD. But it is a complete system in our body that requires cannabinoids.
Absolutely is.
So just a side note, I wanted to throw that in there. Yes. Now back to Amy.
My endocannabinoid system is well looked after. Everything from eating it to smoking it, vaping it, dabbing it. it's well looked after. Fully functional.
Where are we in Amy's story now?
Oh, we're driving back to BC.
Yeah.
We're into the future where she's healing and she's spreading love and healing all over the country.
Yes. Instead of just in Vancouver and BC, now I get to physically spread it everywhere else. And that sounds bad, but I meant it in a very nice way.
And you've been in the cannabis community for a long time, so you actually know a lot of people across Canada.
I do, and it's so funny because my phone is old and it's going to be obsolete July 31st, but I'm working on getting a new one, and so I actually haven't been on my socials really for quite a few months now, and I haven't had the communication that I'd like with everybody because I would like to plan stops with my friends across the country from over the past years and stuff like that in the community. So once I get my phone set up and stuff and get it, then I will be able to communicate with people and set up pit stops along the way where we can maybe talk to people about their career journeys if they like. If not, like it's no biggie, I still want to suck a doobie with you. At least give you a hug, anyways.
Yes.
Like, some people don't that I know that are on their healing journeys don't even participate in cannabis. They're not against it or whatever, but a hug is really important. Just having that, like, just a hug is super important. And I also, if you have things about getting touched, like I'm okay with just having a conversation. Just making sure to spread the love and make sure people know that they're loved.
Yeah.
And worth it, and
that's pretty exciting. That's pretty exciting. So this is your first time out in Nova Scotia, and it's your first time going to be going across Canada.
Yes, I mean I've been to like I said, I've driven a lot to Edmonton and Calgary for music over the years, in band and stuff and singing. But I think the first I went with that was Toronto. I was 11. I was in Just in the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat with Donny Osmond. And so I got to travel to Toronto with that before my guardians decided that I couldn't continue on with the shoot. I had to come back. So I did. But it's a great experience.
You were in Toronto.
Yeah.
But you flew down. You haven't seen the in-betweens, and you've never been further until last Sunday.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is a huge thing for me too.
Yeah.
Just actually getting out of there was huge, I think.
Yeah.
And I'm so happy for the opportunity. Thank you so much for having me out here.
This is exciting. Yeah,
Super
and
exciting.
we're gonna do the big drive.
Now that I'm caught up on my sleep and the jet lag, I'm super stoked about this.
Make sure you get her to cook you up a Mexican dinner while she's there. Right?
Oh, I'm sure that will happen. Yeah. Yep.
I can even make some elotes if you want. Some esquites. Yeah, I can definitely do that.
Yes.
Maybe infused esquites.
Cindy loves her Mexican corn. I'm down.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not so big on the Mexican corn anymore.
We're gonna take it off the cob though. I don't like this. Yeah.
For good luck. I'm going to go get another cob, see if I can get the other one to fall out. That way around Christmas I can walk around and sing, "Oh, I'm up for Christmas, it's my tooth."
So Amy goes to bed early last night, passes out, doesn't get up until today. And I stayed up for a little while last night, and because of past drug use and pharmaceutical abuse, I've lost some teeth over the years, sadly. And I do wear a plate because two of the teeth I've lost are the two front bottom ones. So Amy comes out this morning and sits down, and we're having a conversation, and we're smoking a joint. And she's like, "Did you lose your teeth last night?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, I had a big old party, great big fight broke out."
Well, I thought maybe you slipped and like it whacked it on the floor or something. I was really concerned. I was like, "Oh my goodness!" But yeah. At least it's a good plate because I've never ever noticed it.
I find it amazing that hardly anybody asks me how I lost my tooth. So I'm thinking they just must think I got punched in the mouth.
Retired boxer, retired hockey player over here.
Yeah.
I can't even
What was
play
it you were
table
saying
hockey.
the other day? You were like, yeah, I was eating this corn and I kept wondering why this one strip kept staying behind. That killed me. That was so funny.
Well, we are at that time, Mr. Mather.
Oh, look at that. That went by really fast.
It does.
Holy.
Wow.
I think I'm getting
Any last words you want to throw out, Amy, before we take you out?
Just love everybody as much as you can to your limits, including yourself.
Including yourself. Very
Awesome.
important.
Okay, well, thank you everybody for joining us here on June 10th, 2025. Oh, sorry. And we'll be back next week with more awesomeness, more fun, and much love.
Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.